It is such a joy to welcome you to Capa Week. I am proud and I'm honestly so moved to see how far we've come. When I founded Capa, my dream was simple: to build a community that supports, enables, and builds everyone in food and beverage, culinary arts, hospitality professionals, bring us together and uplift us, enable us with the tools that we need to survive in the industry. As our people say, if you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, you go together. Over the years, we've watched this dream take shape. From connecting people, uniting Africa with food with the African Young Chefs Competition platform, from Ghana to Kenya to South Africa, across the continent. That dream took shape, and those moments remind us that we are more united than we are separated, and food unites us all. I'm also deeply proud of the scholarship programs that we've done, the number of young chefs we've enabled, the relationships we've built. It shows us that collaboration would always trump competition. And it also shows us that shared values are the strength of bringing us together in unity. I'm especially proud of how we've built these relationships across institutions, partnerships, individuals, culinary schools, and all of you right out there in the crowd today. As I look to the future, and for the new members, I want to say welcome. For the old and long-standing members, I want to say thank you for your dedication to this cause. And to the new ESCO, led by Chiamaka and her team, I want to say congratulations. Your dedication to this Capa Week and to the complete dream, mission, and vision of Capa, it's incredible. And I wish every single one of you a very happy Capa Week.
A wonderful round of applause for the founding presidents of Capa Nigeria. Next on the list is keynote speech from Honorable. I'm sure we still have the video. So the technical team is going to play the video. Oh yes, this is the former vice president of Capa, Chef Freggs.
Good morning to our distinguished guests, our culinary partners, my fellow chefs, and most importantly, the new inducting chefs today. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to Capa Week 2025, where creativity is celebrated and culture is celebrated, and celebrating the unyielding spirit of the Nigerian culinary industry. So our new inductees, I say big congratulations. Today marks not just an entry into yet another association, but it's a time to meet a family that upholds excellence, believes in skill, collaboration, and has a passion that drives the flame behind your craft. The kitchen, as we know it, is not just a place for flames, flavor, but it's a place where we believe discipline and creativity connect and expresses your individuality as a chef and finds purpose. Hold standards to share knowledge and to push the boundaries with so much integrity and all the pride that you can muster. Capa is not built on just titles, egos. It's built on the collective desire to truly see Nigerian cuisine gain the respect it deserves and take center world stage. And to each of you here today, you play a very vital role in making that happen. So as you wear your chef jacket today, as you receive that badge, you must remember this. You are not just cooking, you are creating and amplifying culture. Food is your voice, the kitchen is your stage, and Capa is your platform. As we begin this week, filled with a lot of creative networking, learning, celebration, let us also approach this with renewed something the next generation will be proud to inherit. On behalf of the leadership of Capa and the members of Capa too, I'd like to say welcome to new beginnings, stronger connections, and fanning even bigger flames. My name is Chef Freggs. Thank you. Good morning to our distinguished guests.
That round of applause was not strong enough. That's the former vice president of Capa, Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. I hope you guys are having a wonderful time. So next on the list is a presentation from Sterling Bank. Sterling Bank has been a wonderful supporter and partner of chefs and Capa as a body. They've been with us for a while, and they are going to be with us until the end of the Capa week. They support chefs, they support individuals like us in the food industry, and we are here to listen to. They are here to listen to our problems, listen to the challenges we face in the industry, and see how they can come, support us and push us through our challenges and our hurdles. Thank you so much. Sterling Bank team, they are behind right now, so we need you in front of us. A round of applause, guys. A round of applause for Sterling Bank. Okay, so I think they need 2 minutes to put up their elements. So 1 minute, guys. I'll be back. Let me check on what's happening with Sterling Bank. Okay, so while we're waiting for Sterling Bank, we have a very wonderful individual in the building. Somebody who just won a wonderful competition and it would be a mess up on my part not to recognize the one, the only Chef Agabus. Chef Agabus, congratulations on your win. He's one of my biggest inspiring chefs, and I'm honored to be, in his life, and I'm, glad that he's here today. Hi, Chef. I know everybody has their stories on how and why they became a chef. My story is actually, it's funny why and how I became a chef. I used to work with Diamond Bank. I was a banker, and boom, now I'm a chef. How did that happen? Now, so money at the county side bank, but I said, no, I want to turn stew. I want to turn a bar. I want to be a chef. So how it started was, my love for food. We didn't have access to satellite TV. So one time I traveled to Warri to do the holidays with my cousins in Warri. And one day they tuned in one channel and they carried food channel. I'm like, there's a channel dedicated to food? It doesn't make sense to me. How one food channel? Because I know that the channels I'm used to, they show news, sports, movies, music, and stuff like that. But this channel was dedicated to showing just food. For the first time in my life, I started seeing, ingredients, spices, recipes I have never seen in my life. What is pomegranate? I've never heard that before. Pomegranate. Granite, where they say they build house. What is that? Then I started seeing pimento, cardamom, cinnamon, thyme, rosemary, spices I have never had in my life. And I was so curious because at the time, the only thing I knew was gari and groundnut. Passed like that for me. So I had this keen interest. I wanted to try what they were trying. Okay, so Sterling Bank is ready. I was just trying to fill in the gap. So Sterling Bank, if you are ready, come in. Please welcome them with a round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Morning. Nice seeing everyone. My name is Shamsidin Dubenga Bamiro. I head partnerships in Sterling Bank. Generally call me Shams. Okay, so we are Sterling Bank. So I've done partnerships for a couple of years. I have circa 22 years banking experience. Prior to joining Sterling, I was in First Bank and I headed strategic partnerships too. But we are talking about you guys today, so it's not about us. Sterling, we're a bank, we're very close to a lot of things that people don't pay attention to. The banking world is very stiff, very regulated, but there are some very low-hanging fruits that a lot of banks do not pay attention to because of the risks inherent in such sectors of the economy. So I'm going to talk for about 2 minutes on Sterling, then we'll come to Capa. Is that correct? Is it Capa or Sapa? Capa. Okay, so Sterling, so what we've done is there are certain ways you compete. And if you repeat everybody's competitive style, you will not find your own unique competitive advantage. So Sterling, we're not competing in terms of space being part of us, but we understand the terrain and the industry, and we've seen what a lot of banks have seen as very precarious or very funny sectors, and that they don't usually like to play with. So we've created a strategy around it called HEART: health, education, agriculture, renewable energy, technology, transportation. Now, move to how this can work with Capa. And I'm speaking with Capa, and I'm seeing people here as chair, but I'm taking in a notch higher to see you guys as entrepreneurs. So for even those that are practicing as core responsibility as chef, I'm sure people would have ambition of notching it up sometimes to become entrepreneurs on their own. Some don't. Some people like to remain at very high place value and remain in profession and not necessarily want to notch up to become entrepreneurs. But guess what? As an entrepreneur, the dynamics change. So it moves from just passion to numbers. It moves from just the zeal you have for that, for cooking, numbers. It moves from just loving what you do to sustainability. Am I correct? And I presume that as entrepreneurs, I can't speak for your industry, but I know that people will generally have areas of pain points where they need some form of collaborations, intervention, support, partnerships. So in Sterling, the way we partner different. We could partner to support the business in terms of financial addition. We could partner to support in terms of value chain creation. We could partner to support in terms of enhancing the value we can create. We could partner in terms of helping you network and get other things. Now, why did Sterling come into this collaboration with Capa? I presume this is the maiden edition. And we felt, okay, it's not unusual for us to play in certain sectors that people are not common with. So now that we have come into this, can we look at this organization, this association as an entity and see what we can develop for them? Numbers attract value. If I come and I tell my guys to go and get 10 accounts, right? The value I will place on those 10 accounts will be different from if I get the value from the association. So it means that there's a body representing, guiding, or speaking for these members, and we can look at that and put things together. Some of the very low, I remember April 1st, the bank introduced zero transfer, and people felt, oh, the bank will not sustain it. Because in banking, those 50 naira, those 100 naira, those 200 naira, when it turns to volume, you'll be surprised at the numbers, the humongous numbers is going to translate into. So last year, from this zero transfer, we made over 7 billion. This year, we've canceled it. When the news filtered into the industry, people said, don't worry, they can't sustain it. They will still come back and reverse it. 4 other banks have joined in the cancellation. Just last month, we've moved a notch higher to say we are canceling account maintenance charge. I don't know if people know that AMC, that's different from transfer cancellation. We've also done that. As an entrepreneur, any additional 50 naira, 100 naira, 500 naira, 1,000, 2,000, 5,000 that you are able to conserve cumulatively, you can know what it adds to your bottom line. And those are just basic low-hanging fruits that you can quickly save. Now, beyond those things, what is the exact value we can, as a bank, use to support this association? I'm going to throw that question to the audience, and that's how we can curate products that can suit you. We don't want to come here and just say, oh, we have this, we have that, without understanding that. So I don't know if I can get just 2 or 3 people to speak to the main challenge. It could be financial and the aspect of finance that could help. The bank is we have a very vibrant MSME that takes care of those medium, small starting businesses. We take care of a lot of things. But we would like to hear the main pain points that you guys have in the industry, and we have a very nimble team that can quickly get that solved. But from experience and having worked with a lot of MSMEs, major challenges we have seen is people rely on passion, energy, the love that they have for what they are doing, and they are not able to decipher that and the core business. We've seen documentation, accounting, bookkeeping and record keeping also being a major challenge. People not able to separate the concept of entity, not being able to step away from the business and step away from the business finances. We see that as a challenge, and those are things that come up in the course of looking for financial support. Like I said, the banks are very highly regulated. So if we are not able to see you step aside from your business and see you stand alone, it's difficult for you to get those kind of support. But once we are able to do that, we even have departments that can hold MSMEs. We even have accounts that you say you've registered your company in the last 2 or 3 years, we can allow you run that business for free without any bank charges. A lot of things are, possible. But I would like to know, like maybe 1, 2, or 3 people to speak to the exact pain points that we can look at and say, okay, as a bank, now that we've supported Capa, and this is not going to be the only edition or last edition, we intend that it's going to continue and values will be driven and extracted from here. So I would like to hear that and quickly speak to 1 or 2 things we can use to do that before I round up without taking too much of your time. If that is fine. Do I get the consent? Awesome.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Anusho. So I would like you to speak on the current tax policy that is going to be implemented in 2026. So if we're opening a bank account with Sterling Bank, what are you giving us? What's the advice, and how can we put our funds in Sterling Bank?
Okay, thank you. Do you want me to take the questions or I respond?
Respond.
Okay. So first and foremost, I'm not representing FIRS, neither am I representing the tax department of the bank. So please, without prejudice, but I would like to make this very clear. Let's not get carried away with the noise, which is the usual thing with Nigeria. A new act comes into play and you see different people on social media saying different things. Quickly take your business name and go and turn it to limited liability company. Quickly do this. A lot of things are still quite vague, and I cannot tell you for sure this. But what I can tell, so I always move from known and fact to ambiguity. The fact is there's going to be a revised tax law. It's now a new act that has been established. The government is trying to expand tax bracket. I don't know if they are doing functionality of profitability. The perception is this: the tax law, the tax officer knows that as Nigerians and everywhere in the world, people don't like to pay tax. There are laws that govern taxation. There are what they call deductibles, and there are what they call allowables. If you have proper documentation, you can prove to the tax officer that you have not made profit. Therefore, you can either have a pending tax obligation or your tax amount will be minimal. That is not for you to worry. It's for your tax consultant. And don't be worried. There are tax consultants that you can pay reasonable amounts based on the size of your business. You don't have to be KPMG, Deloitte, and all of that. So leave that. What you need to do is this. The taxman that would support you is going to rely on your books because it's not being part of your business ab initio, right? Therefore, you are duty bound to ensure you have proper documentations and bookkeeping of your spendings and your earnings. Tax is a function of profitability. It is not just a function of turnover or revenue. So a lot of things are being pushed out on social media. They will just slam you 30% straight. Who does that? So let's not get carried away. Like I said, I'm not representing the tax department, neither am I speaking on behalf of FIRS, But what I can tell you by virtue of experience is get proper documentation. Keep your books. If you rented a space for 2 million per annum, for example, document it, have your source document and your resource receipt. You've also done other things to improve the value of where you rented. You pay staff, you do all of those things. You buy materials before you convert them, add value before it becomes a product you sell. All of those things involve some transaction and some cash obligations. Checkmate all the process, document it. So if somebody comes and sees that in a year, you can still say that, oh, from your personal investment, you are supporting this business because the cost of running it takes me to 65 million. So I'm in a net loss of 15 million. Nobody's going to tax you on that. But because as Nigerians, our integrity is always questioned until we are able to prove it. So your documentation and your receipts and evidences, transfers, all those things are what will prove those numbers, that your tax conversation becomes.
Any other questions? Anybody? Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Hawad Salam, and thank you very much for bouncing your question back to us. So you mentioned how banks try not to dabble into certain industries. I do understand that the culinary industry is termed high risk. And you mentioned how it has to do with passion and motivation. And a lot of the time, because we don't have access to micro grants, we don't have equipment to loan or lease to loan options for equipment, a lot of chefs and chef entrepreneurs find themselves stuck in the hustle stage, where your business is what is sustaining you. We want to grow, we want to scale business because your regular salary, and anyone who knows or who's a full-time chef understands that you're working 12 hours, you're working 14 hours. I don't know how it is here or if it's that hard, but even outside of Nigeria, you find yourself working 12, 14, 16 hours for young chefs. If that's something that could also be implemented, I understand you people do have a sector in terms of agriculture. I've met with a few people and I see what they're willing to do for people to go into agriculture. But I'm sure everyone here knows about the Vision 2030. That's for the Nigerian tourism sector. If this industry, gastronomy, is not empowered, tourism can never work. Food is at the heart of it all. And you spoke about education too. Vocational education. This is a skill. This is hot cake. It is money. If the government, if institutions like your bank are not willing to look into that sector, invest in that sector, work with stakeholders, work with associations like Capa to empower people right from secondary school. You don't need to go to university to become a chef, but to empower people in this industry, guide them with financial literacy skills, and then be willing to empower them without putting unreasonable what's the word? I think we have and unreasonable terms, looking for collateral, looking for signees, looking for guarantors. How can a regular person who just came from nowhere but has a passion and is willing to work hard be empowered and be successful? Thank you very much.
Thank you. That question is loaded. I will try and break it, and I'm very happy with that. And that's the kind of question I was expecting. The first comment I made was, we cannot come and throw products at you. A lot of mistakes people make from day one. If you are not in for the long haul, don't create a product and expect people to buy it. Rather, go fulfill a market yearning that is already established. Except you are there for the long haul and you have some bit of financial muscle to help you push that till that product becomes well aware and taken. So back to your question. You're very correct about challenges as regards grants, small for MSMEs in Nigeria. And a lot of reasons are responsible for that. First and foremost, as basic as data, a country that we don't even know ourselves. So you don't expect me to expend facilities to you the way it is done in a developed country where your social security number, NI number is your life. I've given someone a loan in my early days of banking in Zenith Bank, and 3 weeks to payment period, we saw his obituary and he was dead. We declared him dead. We found him later, 2.5 years later. Those are the kind of things that happen. Yeah, those are the kind of things that happen. Does that mean there are no good people? Yes, there are. Does that mean there are bad people? Yes, there are. The difference is this: transparency and openness. During the general meltdown and the oil, I don't know if you guys knew when that oil price became a problem worldwide. That was in First Bank at that time. Because of that industry, because of that collapse in that industry, the bank, First Bank, made a loss of 518 billion. Yes, 518 billion. We paid it back in 4 years to the regulator. Now, the difference is within that portfolio of people that made that loss, some came out and told us this is what has happened. We projected that dollar was going to be at $85. It crashed. These are the products. They are here. This is the depot where I've loaded it. So there is a transparency to enhance communication. Then I can work with you to survive that period. Some ran away. Some misbehaved. Expect funding and lending to happen in Nigeria like it happens in developed world. A lot of us here are widely traveled. You see how people get microcredit and all of that. We want it to happen here. But guess what? I laugh when people criticize banks in Nigeria a lot, that we are not doing banking the way it is done in developed countries. But tell me, what sector is doing what in Nigeria the way it is done in developed countries? If you do that, you come in to join hands with Capa today. As an association, it will give me further credence and more reliability. Shams and Co. Chef Limited, as against Chef D Limited, as against Chef Amaka Limited. If you are able to aggregate ourselves under the umbrella, then we can speak to the unique idiosyncrasies of this sector, of this profession. I mean, I've discussed with a chef before, and one of the problems was cost of energy. Because of the kind of infrastructure that I mentioned, renewable energy as part of areas we pay attention to. We got to the office, we have a responsible team for that. We did an energy audit, and we found out that there were leakages in this area, and you can conserve energy in this area. We looked at the costs that you run in on a monthly basis to support your energy, and we multiplied that by 24, and we looked at the cost of investment if the bank decides to take you off entirely for 4 years. And we found out that it was cheaper, and we put out a repayment mechanism that was better. So what happens is, instead of a sunk cost of 1 million every month for 12 months times 3, I can make an investment of 15 million payable, and the asset becomes mine. So I solve a problem for you. There is, the level of predictability of raw materials, or, ordinarily my 12, you cannot tell me that the price you buy baskets of tomatoes, that everything today remains constant. In 1 week, I've heard people say, oh, it's cheaper today, next minute is that. So there's so much unpredictability. What people need to know is have the information. Like I said, I cannot solve the problem one by one, but in numbers, by association. Therefore, what I would employ you, and we have done this. We've done this with NATA. We've done this with NULTW. We've done this with NYSC. We've done this with association. Numbers carry weights. And that's why I would join and implore you to tell your other colleagues that have not joined Capa to please do so. Because at that level, we can decide to create products, or members or association in Capa rely on the EXCO to ensure we know you, we know you, we know you. So at top level, we are dealing with EXCO, who would help us deal with members. That is why we will not tell you to give me your great-grandfather's certificate, because I have something to fall back on. We've done this with some organization where we loan the organization and they unlend to members because they know the industry more than us. Then we take the responsibility of ourselves, hand it over to the ESCO, trusting that they will do the right thing, and they will be standing as guarantors for their members. So if your association cannot guarantee, that speaks to your own integrity or how well you have involved. Every sector, industry have their unique challenges, and that's why I'm happy to hear what you have said, and that's what we can do. But guess what? If I go back to the office today and I tell my CEO that, oh, here I saw about these numbers, they are ready to work with us, these are the challenges, soft loan for cash flow management, energy problem, equipment. You mentioned leasing. We do it for everything. Have you seen I don't know the people behind our branding and all of that, but I think we are not making enough in terms of what we are doing in terms of renewable energy. The whole of Sterling Head Office is solar. The whole of it, I think that's the first of its kind on the whole of that. Come to our, sorry? Okay. Go to our car park now. We just did a lot of things. Solar panel, energy cars, hybrid, trying to push it. I'm just trying to make you see that there are a lot of those things that people don't generally want to do. Take up those challenges, because if we go with you, you will be with us forever. So back to the financial problem. We can create products that will solve this problem with the expectations that members will be very responsible, such that when they repay, other people can also take advantage and we can grow together like that. So to round that up, I would implore that as much as possible, let's support and work with our Capa, get as much numbers in. For us as a bank, we just don't want to come here and acquire accounts and go. It doesn't make any sense. But if we acquire accounts, we get people to open accounts, and we see that these are the problems of this industry. It's called portfolio management. We just identify a certain amount that we can give to this sector, let them use it to run for 1 or 2 years and see the integrity and the capability behind it. And it continues, and we start increasing gradually. We've given loans without collateral. We don't even do collateral lending. We only had collateral as a form of feel good. But if the association can provide that free book, I don't need you to go and give me your house that you are yet to build. That will just stifle people. So what I'm trying to say is, for us to achieve synergy, work together, collaborate. As there's value in numbers. If I tell my MD that, oh, we came here and we have potential to get 500 people under the association, and we can do this for them, it makes sense. But if you all don't support your association, get involved, open accounts with us, then it just looks like, oh, for us to be partners, we had some obligations we had to do, but beyond that, we are saying, what is the future? Okay? So I don't know if I've given some sense to the question. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Chef Joe. I want to speak specifically. We all look towards solar, just like in your bank. It's monumental. It's the first of its kind in this part of the world. But solar is still very expensive. And as chefs, we have something that is local right there in our kitchen, and we throw it away every day. And we could generate energy from it. Not many chefs know that you are not supposed to have waste in your kitchen. Even the gut from the fish, the peels from that carrot, the peels from the vegetables you prep, all of these things are organic materials. And maybe you don't know, organic waste can actually produce biofuel. As I speak to you, we are wrapping up a research on how to convert 100% of our organic waste to useful produce. Number one, the gas we use for cooking is skyrocketing. And if Sterling Bank is saying that they are willing to collaborate for sustainable energy initiatives, it's a good one. And I think chefs should begin to go and research. I did a research for 15 good years, and I realized that every waste you generate from the kitchen, including your leftover food, could actually produce the gas you will use to cook, could actually produce diesel to run your generators. Maybe you don't know. There is not supposed to be one drop of waste. And all those wastes are just wasting away. How many of you passed Ojota recently? The awful smell is actually from the kitchen. All of the non-organic waste cannot smell. Plastic cannot smell. Papers cannot smell. We produce waste from our kitchen every day. We throw them away. In fact, some restaurants, before you go in, they smell so bad that guests will even be our kitchen. For now, we've not been able to finish the research and get the equipment to produce the gas, but we are already using the compost to make manures. We grow our own edible flour. I told my team, we can't buy edible flour anymore. Delhi sells it for about 15,000 naira for a small pack. Every day I produce about 3 packs of edible flour from my own kitchen backyard. And you do the maths. So there is so much that chefs could have done. Anyways, we are going to talk about this more, maybe when we are doing the... But Sterling Bank, let's not even focus on solar. Already, these people looking at you, they have everything from their kitchen to produce energy that will run the kitchen, from the gas to the light and every other energy that is required. So that is the direction I want us to begin to focus on. Instead of importing all this solar system, and they are very expensive, let's use what we have in our own kitchen and produce that energy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'm happy to hear that. There's something we do in Sterling, and we call it impact. And it became very conspicuous during the COVID. So what impact does is beyond financial support and numbers. This is an impact. Do you understand what I'm saying, sir? This is an impact. Impact means it cuts across all levels, costs, and so there are 2 ways to grow. You either increase your revenue or you reduce your costs. What you have said, this is the kind of things that should come out from here and stand as part of the communique or output from the conversation as Capa, to say that this is a pain point. We have circa 500 registered members. If we are able to do this, there's something, I've forgotten what's that called, like a UAT, or not stereotype, something we call it in product development. You've proven to me that it can be done. It's called something like a POC, like a proof of concept. Then we can now scale it. We can even decide to scale with one person to the financial support, then we can have that. So I'm very much interested in that because it sounds like an impact. And we can say that the opportunity is, broad. Yes, because like I mentioned, I don't want to go and create a product that will now be looking for who will consume it. Do this, and I automatically show to my bank that, oh, we already have 500 members at least to even test with, to scale. Then what are we talking about? Then it makes sense. Please go ahead.
Currently developing a model that we compost about 5,000 tons of organic waste. We'll be coming to your restaurant, your kitchens very soon. You'll see us. We are going to be composting about 5,000 tons daily of organic waste to produce a revenue that is close to $500 billion level of partnership. You will have chefs who are making billions from waste. And that is the kind of initiative we are coming up with. Every drop of organic waste is a potential gas and light for your business. So if your bank is ready, we were already thinking of working with some other bank, but I'm the major initiator of this project, and we'll talk about it. I will also throw more light during our section, just to give you some simple insight. Because now it's sounding confusing. How can the gut from the fish I filleted last week and the vegetable peels that I threw away produce gas and light for my restaurant? It's sounding crazy, right? But it's real. Google. Go on your internet and you'll see what I'm talking about. It's already been done in several places around the world. So we can do the same, yeah? And we are going to get there. Ojota is my target. That place is smelling awful. That smell must stop. It must stop. And every other bad smell in Lagos. If we could achieve it in my restaurant, the outdoor dump no longer smells of that reek and awful, feeling that you get when you want to come into the restaurant. I believe we can achieve it in Lagos as a whole. And it's $1 trillion opportunity. Trust me, it is.
Thank you. Like I mentioned, we are in. So very soon, the face of banking is going to change and is already changing. Don't get into the games, you get out. That's the truth. There are a lot of things we do. If you know the enormous support we put behind books, somebody talk about vocation. We're currently doing something with UNICEF to take skill acquisition into universities such that they're not coming up to think that the only option is job hunting. A lot of things that are very, very unconventional that we do as bankers. If you know my MD, I don't know, you probably just walk past him and push him away and knock his head before before the boys come out. He's very down to earth. Having headed partnership, I've gotten involved in a lot of small scales initiatives. We'll now put the bank mechanism behind it to make it grow. Sometimes we even invest. Valuation will be discussed openly and people would come to terms and agreement. Then once that is done, the bank puts its mechanism, its strength behind it. We scale it. Then we pull out at a value that will be appreciable to you. So there is no problem at all. This is just one of the usual initiatives that we would do. When we are ready, we can talk off record. And I would like it to come under the singular initiative. You understand? Singular initiative. You understand? I'm saying you are a big. So that's what. Thank you so very much. I don't know if time, and I would like to wrap up. Sorry?
So one last question from her, then we'll wrap up.
Hello. Hello. My name is Tominson. Okay, so initially you said questions or any problems you face as entrepreneurs, and how Sterling Bank can come in. So genuinely, I know this entirely boils down. Normally, banks will tell you SME loan.
Thank you. You didn't tell me your name, did you? Sorry, what's your name?
Tominson.
Tominson. Okay. So look at me. I'm going to be very honest. And I'm going to give some examples to speak. So there's something called bias, and we all have it. We all have an outlook towards life changed. Somebody asked me a question, and I said, as a banker, would I give loan to a gambler? And I said, no, straight up. And they said we should go out in the night, and we went to Ikoyi. And I found out that 45% of people gambling that night were already my loan exposed customers. I'm serious. Guess what it is? Gambling for some people is game. They project a kind of amount and they use it as a lifestyle. The way you keep 5% of your money to travel, the way you do. Some people are like that. So I use that to give an example of bias where you are trying to stereotype about banking. Now, information is very powerful. When you say they give 250,000 this and that, that's because there has to be standard from the low end to the high end. I said something earlier that if I deal of mine, sorry, I like using scenarios. A friend of mine wanted, has exhibited over, they gave him 35 million. What was required to finish up was circa 55 million. 35 million started and all of that, he was going, putting in resources. The first two people he spoke to that did believe in the vision, they came to check the project. When it was done with 43 million, they offered him 25 million and I told him not to take it for two reasons. They never believed in the vision. They just saw the project metamorphose. Then he doesn't need that money. Yes, he still needed circa 10 million. Two people gave you 35 million without even visiting the place. Somebody that has not even dropped money is asking you to give him a breakdown of, they saw the vision, they saw the bare place, that the structure that needed to be remodeled. They still didn't believe it, but when it was remodeled, they believed and they came back with their ask. Where am I going? I told him, don't take that 25 million from them because it will give you a problem. The guys that gave you 35 million since December, you just started in August. They've not even come to check the place. And you are doing the right thing. It will be easier for you to raise 10 million when people that you can, even you can go back to them that you need is, if it's possible, why not? If not, get other people, not those people that have come. Back to your question. Why we need to moderate these numbers is because what you need is not what she needs. So, speaking to the question, which is, would the bank give you, you don't necessarily have to have banked with me for 6 months, but you would have banked somewhere else. Can I see those? Banks do that, but we need to have those framework, or else everybody will just come. I give a good example of a First Bank 1,000 branches. If you don't give rules on how they should administer and operate, somebody in Sokoto will be doing nonsense, and you'll be expecting him to replicate the same standard with somebody in Lagos. You mentioned something. You said for banks, it's always about account number. If you open accounts and you don't transact, we shut it down because there's a cost of storage in the cloud over vanity. So I just don't want to open accounts. I want value. What is value to me? Transaction. What is value to you? Being able to be supported. That's why I'm also, if I decide to sit with everybody here one by one, I'm sure I will get 50 types of, minimum of 50 types of requests. But if we come together as an association, with those numbers, then we can put things together. Then under that association, you cannot have individual requests. We can tell Chef D, curate your members. Let's have account for all of them. This is what we can give this association. How do you, what's the word? Deal it amongst them. We've done it before. But it becomes challenging when you are speaking one-on-one. Sometimes the difference with a bank is the kind of person you are talking to. I can tell you. Sometimes your account manager, relationship manager makes a difference between the perception of that bank. Thank you.
A round of applause from the representative from Sterling Bank. Thank you so much. You're amazing. Yes, that was a wonderful conversation. I'm coming for 20 million. Yeah. So, we are going to quickly... I know most of you didn't come on time. We're supposed to be two anchors.
In the kitchen, we have to learn a lot of innovative ways to transform how we know things, to transform almost, even if they don't see me cook the way my mom used to cook with maybe a mortar and a pestle and all the traditional ways, but I still make those understand that these are fundamentally Nigerian dishes, or the influence of what I'm doing comes from the fact that our flavors are very vibrant. So that's even another way that you can infuse that in whatever you're doing, whether you're making a conventional dish or not. So in that way, you're educating, we are learning how to include these things already on the main stage and getting even better. So if we preserve it, then that's the easiest way to pass it down generation to generation. And we all know how education works. Part of education is history. You need to know where you started from so you know where you're going to. So if you constantly infuse our heritage. I'm not saying everybody will do it, but you see, when there was this time when the whole creative, ecosystem started, and we keep on talking about it, that the musicians are called up, the actors are called up, the artists are called up, but the food ecosystem is never forefront in those conversations. And it is about how we present ourselves at the end of the day. To get into that point
from culinary school because they're not getting the best, right? So when business owners say that you should listen, they're not saying that because they don't like schools. And I hope we have educators in the house so that we can take this feedback back to our schools. And I actually was coming to you, Mr. Lekki, and I want you to take it from this perspective. Yes, I know you have your feedback to give, but as someone who has been in business for the longest time, you are an authority in business, finance, you know the numbers. We have a lot of sort of that prejudice for culinary practitioners, that in school they don't teach them that. So it doesn't translate. So they come out of school not knowing anything about business. So I'd like you to also add that to your comment.
Thank you. So, a number of things I'd like to say. The first is that education is critical, but everybody must take responsibility for their own development. No school can teach you. You have to decide by yourself that you want to be the best at what you do. The second thing that I'd like to say is that many years ago I learned that I myself am a business. I can make a profit or I can make a loss. And I need to invest in myself so that I can become a profit center as opposed to a loss center. So you need to understand that you are a business. Now the other thing that I've learned in Nigeria is that a lot of people go to work with the attitude that it's not my business. I can put in as little as I can to get as much as I can. You're shortchanging yourself. Because while you're in employment, you are learning how to create value, how to make money, how to cut costs. And you're learning this while someone's paying you to learn it. If you go to work with the attitude that it's not my business, not my father's business, you will leave there halfway. When you are going, nobody will beg you to stay. They will have to see you go. But electronic mechanics has experienced the employee that the organ doesn't want him or her to go. Because that person understands he or he is a profit center for this business. So these are three things that I'd like you to take away with you. One, that responsibility for your own development and growth. The second is that your business is going to make a profit. And the third is while you're in employment, it's an opportunity to learn and get paid. The last thing I'll say to wrap it up is mentoring now can be digital. A lot of us have experience, we have knowledge that we need to put into podcasts, books, video and YouTube, so that people can pick that up, learn online and keep growing. So it makes your influence global. So I think I answered your question.
Thank you. Please, can you put your hands together for the panel? And please, once again, guys, you are not just paying attention because they are saying beautiful things. You're also paying attention because these can be your potential employers. This can be your potential collaborators. Our vice president, our current vice president, Chef D, is an ambassador on Mr. Lekki's project, right? It was in Houston, last year. Houston, United States, Houston. Last year for Afro Flavor. Do you understand? So it's not just vice president that can benefit. Everybody can also benefit. And that's what our president is trying to achieve. Hello, President. So my next question, and please, once again, anyone can take this. And I like where we're coming from. We've spent a lot of time on education, which really is the foundation of all these things that we're saying. So now we're educated. The next step is to succeed, right? Find our role in this space. We all know that every industry has its value chain. And the culinary industry itself has a value chain. Even though for a very long time, it seemed like the only thing that existed in the culinary space was just cuisine chef. But now we're educating ourselves more and more and knowing that it's more than that. So how can the Nigerian culinary industry provide jobs and contribute to the economic development of the country? And also, how can culinary practitioners identify their niche and succeed in it?
I think I would like to go first. I'm smiling because, like I said from the beginning, I have this belief. You are not just working in the kitchen to make a couple of thousands of naira. you are a trillionaire by virtue of your craft. Maybe you don't know, you could actually make trillions of naira and even dollars. Yes, it's possible, and I'll tell you how. First and foremost, everything you've learned, scale. Before you scale, understand the uniqueness of where your target and direction is going. For me, nobody talks about biofuel in Nigeria, right? No one talks about biofuel. I could not create a plant to start refining and producing the biogas and the biodiesel from the organic waste I was talking about. But guess what I did? I decided to look into what I could do. Okay.
I'm so sorry, everyone, but we have our commissioner in the house, and we need to welcome her properly. You know that the ministry is the extension of the office of the governor. So we have Lagos State in the house. Our HC yes, that's our HC for you. Our HC is the most accessible commissioner in the world.
A round of applause to that.
She's my own personal mentor, and the HC has something that she started for all of us called the Agri-Innovation Club, and the Agri-Innovation Club has single-handedly given opportunities to practitioners in the food space. You will hear from the HC when she comes to speak, but you're welcome, ma. Thank you so much for honoring us.
You're welcome, Commissioner. It's a privilege to be saying this when she just walked in. Now, like I was saying, I could not scale into the biogas, the biodiesel, biochar, and all of those energy-producing compounds, right? But what did I do with my organic waste? I started looking into converting it first to something I could use immediately, and that was manure, organic fertilizers that I used for my own farm. I started using all of those organic waste that I've composted, the guts from the fish, filleted, all of the vegetable peels, leftover food from the restaurant, and everything that was supposed to go to the trash and become that awful smell at Ojota. I started composting them. Yes, true. You can come to my restaurant, and I decided that since I can't make the factory, let me start with using them as organic fertilizers. And boom, the yield was massive. Currently, I told you I don't buy edible flowers. I even have one garden right in the restaurant. Edible flower is 15,000 naira per pack. And I produce 3 packs every day. Do your maths in a year, how much I'm saving. Trust me, by the time I start producing my own gas from that waste, I'm saving on gas costs, and then I will go ahead and save on diesel costs that will run the generator. If NEPA like, take your lights. I don't need your lights because my biodiesel will power my generator. And I have free light, free gas to cook, but you will still pay premium because I'm doing semi-fine dining. Hello? So I'm saying this, for me, that was my niche. That was what I saw. I cook, I make good food, but I looked into the future. I had a vision, and I'm doing something about it. What are you doing with the ideas you have? What are you doing with the food you are making? Think about something. You can scale. Thank you.
Amazing. So we'll just take it down. We'll just take it down.
Okay. Wow, that's a lot. But yes, when you mentioned value chain, that spoke to me because it's very important. One thing that we struggle as a restaurateur, one thing I've always struggled with is trying to control the whole ecosystem of what allows me to put good food on your table.
And need for their factory is coming from Nigerian farmers. My brother talked about bio-waste, and because I'm on the board of a palm oil refining company, I understand that a lot of culinary businesses are using oil. We fry. What happens to that oil when we discard? can there be somebody who collects that oil, certainly from the big operations, from the big operations to do that? You know, when the whole, food thing started on social, a lot of people went into recipes, were jumping all over the place like headless chicken. Everybody that had a camera wanted to be there. We churned out recipes.
Amazing. Please put your hands together for the panelists. Don't worry, we're almost there. We're almost there. I want to just do a little bit of eyes in the room today. If there's anyone in the room that plays in any space that is not just cooking, can I see your hand? Not just cooking. So I want you to mention something else other than cooking. So just voice it out. What do you do? Okay. So do you do that for the food space? Okay, so I want something that is in culinary value chain. Aha, excellent. Amazing. So that's food tech. Cost control, accounting, beautiful, inventory management. Chef Debbie! Everybody, Chef Debbie in the house. She's an authority on the top of the subject matter. She's taking it to the next level, please. Food styling. Digital marketing. Good. Aha! I was hoping to hear this. One of the biggest chefs in Lagos today, I won't mention his name. One of the biggest chefs in Lagos today studied food writing abroad. That's what he studied. He's an expert. He studied food writing. But he runs some of the biggest restaurants in Lagos today. And what he studies is food writing. So please, Ma, wonderful. Food writing. We have someone in the house, food writing. Okay. And guess what, guys? All these things that you have mentioned, they have the opportunity to generate revenue. It is not just the easy way out anymore for the food industry. We are going places. Hallelujah. So, cha 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 cha, clock it. So the next thing I want to ask, so you talked about leadership in the beginning. And so I find that a lot of us fail in that, right? So this panel is more like a master class right now because we're educating, and I like that, right? We've talked about school, we've talked about business. Now we're talking about leadership, entrepreneurship, business. So there's a responsibility to this, right? There's a responsibility to calling yourself a chef. There's a responsibility to saying that you are promoting Nigerian food. There's a responsibility that is on you in that way. So what do you think about the responsibility that we have as practitioners? And when I say responsibilities now, and another way I want you to take it is also entrepreneurship. So you know that a lot of times circumstances play a role in decision making for chefs. So you went to school, you learned all this standard, or you come out and you see like what the market wants is this, and so you just cut your coat according to your.
Okay, just to lend a voice to what my sister just said, I think it starts with self-leadership. It has, if there's nothing you take away from here on the subject of leadership, it is self-leadership. Because what you have defined is what your followers would follow and do. She's listed quite a lot. Honestly, self-leadership is another masterclass on its own. Again, we go back to the pursuit of excellence. I was at an event on Saturday because I'm in food, so anything food I'm interested in. I had a friend sitting by my side. Food had been served. You know, Nigerians, I like to play safe at events. I'll order basic white rice and stew because that's the safest. Anybody can do that. But as Nigerians, we want the nice Asian-looking dish in front of us. And so she picked an Asian dish. As she cut through it, we saw blood in the chicken. She had to be taking the stew from my plate just to reduce the nausea she was about to have. So, leadership comes with excellence. And I said pursuit of excellence, which means that excellence is a shifting goal. What is excellent today, you do it today, might not be the same thing tomorrow because depending on what your clientele is demanding. I listened to a podcaster recently and, she says that pursuing excellence is expensive, but mediocrity costs more. In the whole story of leadership, it would be painful. let's be clear. To do it right and to do it well is not cheap. However, when mediocrity comes into the game, it's more expensive. Can you imagine that person, that caterer that served that dish, actually took a look at the brand? I'll never order from that brand. That's the implication. So let's start with self-leadership, and let's do it as if no one is watching, because that's the thing with food. Nobody knows how we are cutting corners behind the kitchen. But I think we all have conscience. And conscience plays a lot in our profession. Let's go ahead.
Thank you very
excellence.
much.
Thank you.
I would like all of us to repeat that statement because that should be a watchword for everyone in this room. We see a lot of mediocrity on social media. We see a lot of mediocrity in our kitchens. We see a lot of people in Nigeria today, you see a lot of chefs that just like to bypass process because it's easier, right? So let all of us repeat that with the hopes that when we go back to our space, to our own small circles, we can also let them know. And the statement is, I wrote it, pursuing excellence is expensive, but mediocrity costs more. Can I hear everyone say that? I want to go?
Pursuing excellence is expensive, but mediocrity costs more.
Thank you.
Okay, so just to add, because she has really said a lot, leadership is a huge responsibility, and if you're not ready to take on that responsibility, then maybe you sit it out. We've talked a lot about, yes, we are chefs, yes, we're in the industry of food, but we forget about the business side and how to make sure we make a profit. We know that is very important, but I find that in the pursuit of making a profit, we no longer have compassion and conscience. Now, most people say, oh, how come you've been able to build a consistent restaurant for 10 years and every time we come is consistently good? We like money, but we like you more than we like money. That is basically what it is. Yes, because at the end of the day, I want to be able to stand behind what I put in front of you. I went somewhere recently and I said I wanted Asun coconut rice. It was interesting. I decided to watch because in my mind, the girl said 10 minutes and I was like, 10 minutes for Asun coconut rice. It just seemed like a lot of things that 10 minutes seemed short. So because of that, I was interested and I decided to watch her process. And the first thing she does is put extract, coconut extract, like the one you used to bake cake. No, essence. Extract is even a bit serious. And I was like, exactly. And I called I called my CEO, who's also my sister, and I was like, you think we don't make a lot of money? It's because we're not using essence. Because we'll probably use 30 minutes to create this master dish and put it on the table. So it's a lot of responsibility. And you have to be ready for that responsibility. I'm not saying don't make money, right? It's important. But it can't be more important than the people that you serve. They're the community you're trying to build. And just to say one more thing to add, as leaders, it's important we continue to do these mentorship programs. I don't think that we can say, oh, this school is not delivering enough, so we are not going to call people anymore. Because that, I know how I suffered. I had to learn. I used to beg people to take me on as an intern before I started, and it was so difficult. So I want to cut you that time. I want to save you that time. So I feel like we should still take our time and do it, and just do. And when we take someone in, not just in the kitchen, in my office, I'll make them go through every process that there is. Because how else would you learn? The culinary school is not going to teach you. I say the only thing the culinary school taught me was technique. That's it. Every other thing I learned by myself. It was self-development. I learned by making mistakes and relearning and unlearning. So I don't think we should ever let go of the whole mentorship program. And finally, because we are in food, I'm sorry, we all have to be responsible for food for everybody in the country. I do not agree that as food entrepreneurs, we should keep seeing people go hungry. This food insecurity is too much. If there's any charitable way you want to give back, you're in food, give back in food. Like, it's really, personally, I think it's very important. That's the easiest way for you to give back as leaders. So yeah, that's what I have to say.
Thank you very much. So I have the last question, and Chef Joe, you open it, because I've just been told that we should be rounding off. And thank you, Chef, in case for mentioning that. I've always wished that the Lagos State government, and our mom is in the house, I've always wished that the Lagos State government can actually partner with a culinary group, maybe Capa, to set up soup kitchens. Or won't you guys cook the food?
Supported.
You cook it, Abi. You won't charge them too much money, Abi. No, but imagine someone actually did a research on that and posted it, and put, if we had so and so number of soup kitchens across so and so number of local government, we can actually eradicate hunger in Lagos. The research has been done. So I hope that maybe one day, because I'm ready to cook. If you come here, I'll come and cook in soup kitchen. And it doesn't have to be government, guys. I was just saying that. It could be anybody. If you have a facility you're not using, people can walk into that place to get free food. Think about it. So the last question here, and after this last question, we'll do closing remarks, and I would also initiate that as well. So we heard Sterling Bank use the word high risk. It's not just Sterling Bank. It's almost everybody, even federal government sometimes, right? We hear people talk about music, the music industry, the film industry, the fashion industry. We hear it a lot. Like, these are the booming industries, right? But when it comes to the food industry, it's almost like we're a subsector. So we hear that word high risk is because it's just a passion project. It's a hobby. Our parents use that word a lot. It's a hobby. When you are serious, you wake up. Don't worry, my friend is still ready to give you a job. We hear the word menial. We hear that word a lot. We hear blue collar, even for someone that's probably spent 10 million to go to school. It's still exactly. So, but how can we change that? What can we do differently? How can we show that this is an investment? This is an industry.
I'm so excited to be here. I'm not so much on social media. That's why maybe you've not been getting some of these ideas from me directly. But I've been challenged by Gibbs and some others, even our president. I see them a lot on social media, to come all out with some of these wonderful ideas. Now, he just asked a question: how can we make it more attractive? If I would rephrase what he said, how can we show that this is profitable? How can we make people more interested in what we do? And for us who are in it, how can we be so satisfied by what we earn at the end of the day and go home smiling, hallelujah? This is it. It starts with understanding the business of food. Everything we're seeing here, that's where it all starts from. And leadership requires us to know that you must do what it takes to achieve the results you are going out for. And I learned quite early in my career, when I was working with a contractor for SPDC offshore operations, that the business we are doing can only generate more reward if we take on more challenges and solve more problems. We started with one flow station, and when I came on board, from one flow station, we went to 2 flow stations, to 3 flow stations, and before I left them and came to Lagos through No Taste Quest, we expanded into 4 flow stations, and I became a corporate executive chef before I left. And I told myself one thing after learning those simple methodologies from SPDC contract. Now, you can only show your profit by what you do. This is what I mean. I decided that I would scale up every business I encounter times 10. Read my lips, times 10. So that means if they were making 10 naira, I'm going to times 10 that profit. And guess how much that will be? 100 naira. And I started doing it, and for the past 30 years plus counting, I started quite early. Every business I have worked with, including RSVP in Lagos, including Bolivar, I made sure when I come in, I times 10 your business as far as food and beverage is concerned. I don't look at just the food, I look at the beverage aspect as well. And when I joined the new company that contracted me, I did the same thing. I started from times 3. What they were making as at February 2022, I made sure that by March, we were making times 3. And as I'm talking to you, we are over times 10. Now, it's sounding vague, and let me tell you how practical it can be. I told you we were producing our own edible flowers, right? And you know how costly edible flowers are. That's one example. It wasn't just edible flowers. Most of you buy fish sauce, soy sauce, this sauce, that sauce, processed, bottled. You could make it yourself. I stopped using fish sauce, and I started producing my own prawn sauce. Prince is here, he will bear me witness. We have a whole freezer rack filled with prawn sauce, portioned and frozen. How did we do it? All of the scales from the seafood that should go into compost, I cook them as a stock, make a bisque first, and I use that bisque as my prawn sauce. Then the cooked shells and shafts and the vegetables used for making that stock is what I now put into the composting oven to make my pre-compost, which will in turn become a fertilizer to fertilize my edible flower garden and all the other plants. I'm saving cost from making my sauce. I also looked at these sausages we are buying. I did a research. You don't want to know what goes into most of those sausages. You will cry for the feeding of public with stuffs that you yourself will not eat. So what did I do? I started producing, we did an R&D, research and development, very important. Go and start working, research and development. So we are now producing our own sausage that can compete with any imported sausage. We are still doing the research and development here, but already with what we have been able to achieve, we are saving over 150,000 naira monthly. Saving over 150,000 naira monthly from what we should be buying sausage with. Also, we started producing our own cooking cream. And for every liter of cooking cream we consume in Lalas, Lagos, we are saving over 5,000 naira. And we've been doing that for the past 2 years. Now you do your mathematics. You will now see how all of these savings will now amount into profit. Now, you are looking at me and you are wondering, how can I start? You can start from making your own seasoning. Did I just say that? No, sorry. I'll give you a simple secret. Okay, I won't go into that. I won't go into that for business reason. But just to let you know, you can actually make your own seasoning. You don't know that. But some of you already have the ingredients in your kitchen to make the same taste that those seasoning gives you. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so we're going to take closing remarks now, and every comment that you probably would like to take, just have it in the closing remarks. But I'd actually like you to stand up as you give your closing remarks so that you can address the audience. Like, I want you to give us a charge. That's what I want the closing remarks to be. But before I say that, and just to speak to what Mr. LEKKI has said, I know it's very easy for us to ginger and say, yes, sir. But are we really ready for it? Because once licensing starts, a lot of people will fail. Think about that. Closing remarks. And please, in your closing remarks, kindly add a bit on health and safety as well. Lagos State recently did an event, and vendors that were requested to apply were asked to show their health and safety certificates. Many people didn't have.
Oh, well, I guess still going back to the... Oh, okay. Supposed to stand up. Okay. Still going back to the charge of the fact that excellence is costly, but mediocrity is even more expensive. We are in business, and like Chef Gibbs said, we are not amplifying our voices enough. Sometimes it's about the way the conversation goes. My charge to Capa would be 2026, what's our theme? In addition to our posts, because I think we have almost 150 or 200 people seated in this room. So can you imagine if we have a theme for 2026, whatever I post, there'll always be a one-liner about that theme we have decided here. The theme being, this is what we want to speak to Nigeria about. Just a suggestion, because I'm coming from a marketing perspective. I was marketing manager for Nestle Nigeria for years. If we don't say it, nobody will say it for us here. At best, they will still call you a caterer. Nothing wrong with a caterer. At best, they will still call you a cook. How do you then, you know, we keep on saying, we are chefs, and they're not, everybody is being called a chef. That's because we have not defined clearly who a chef is in Nigeria. We haven't. Until we do. Because come to think of it, nobody makes that mistake with a doctor, a medical doctor. Nobody. Nurses, maybe. The nursemaid is now a nurse. I mean, if you can wing it, you become a nurse. But for chefs, what is that thing we should be doing? And I'm talking here branding. How do we brand ourselves differently? Not because the other people, a home cook like me, I'm not a chef. So should I stand up and say, chef equal? No. There must be something beyond the culinary school. There must be something beyond putting a pot on a burner that makes you a chef. So what is that thing that should stand us out? And we have to do it ourselves. Thank you very much.
So anybody can just keep going.
We say that they don't recognize us, they don't think that we are serious people, and unfortunately, they are judging us by what they've seen us do or what we've not demonstrated. Talk about branding. We are very, sometimes in the face of people, you know, everything looks nice in the front, you know, we're all in beautiful chef uniforms, the restaurant looks great. Go to the back of house. My friend supplies gas. Okay, and he called me and said, oh, sir, what are you doing this weekend? Why don't you join me and then we could go hang out afterwards? And I joined him to supply gas. And I was like, oh my God. In fact, it wasn't one restaurant. I think that weekend we did like 5 restaurants. And I knew that we had problem. And here we are when the regulatory people come, we're like, they have come, their wala is too much. We are not embracing even the people that can create change. Many of us run away from these health inspectors. We run away from the environmental people. We need them. We want to be authentic. We want to be taken seriously. We have to look beyond pretty food on the plate. We have to look beyond that. In addition to branding, pay attention to your staff. How many of us have HR policies that guides how we interact with our workforce? How many? You know, somebody's waving. Great. How many of us have HR policies? Can I see? And you need your people. If you want people to take us seriously, they have to see that we are doing business. Many of us are still operating from passion. And that is why maybe someday, Capa, I'm open, I can do this for free. Woo! Together. Let us come and talk about the business of food business. When people see us do business like business people, we start to earn some respect. It's not like, I will tell you my personal story. When I joined the company that Mr. LEKKI, mentioned, my father, who used to work for Mobile, I was the first child, Tai, and my twin brother. So and I was the only girl. And he had great dreams for his only daughter. And it was like, I came home one day, and I said, Daddy, I've got a job. And that job was supposed to be a part-time job, because I didn't give me a visa. I was going to go and do my master's, and they didn't give me a visa. That was when all the Benin chicks were doing Benin things. You remember? There was a time. So immediately I went for my visa application. I got it refused. Devastated. My friend said, calm down. Go and work with my friend. And I went home excited that at least I have something I'm going to do for 1 year. And I told my daddy I'm going to go and work for a catering company. He was like, what? What? After 8 A's and 1 C? After this, that. It was, but this is an educated man. And I said, Daddy, I'm going to do this. Just let me. He didn't understand it. My mommy spoke, what do you want her to be doing at home for 1 year? Because I got a deferment. What do you want her to do for 1 year? There's nothing there. Anyhow, long story, they allowed me to go and do that work. The same daddy, after 1 year of working there, said, I think you are in a place that feeds you. You know why? This organization was serious about everything. I have never seen a catering company set up like that. This is 1997. 1997. The structure of the kitchen, to the way people were employed, to the way they interacted with you, till from when you join the organization, you know where you are going to be as you progress. Why will people take us seriously? Why will people take us seriously when you have cooks in your kitchen that have been cooks for 3 years? No growth, no improvement, no development. Some of them have never even attended training. So set up your HR structure. Set up your sales and marketing. Work on your branding. Work on your customer retention. Let them know that this is serious. It's not just pretty plates, pretty food on the table. And even beyond that, how do you carry yourself? When we see Chef Gibbs and all that he has done, don't you get respect, sir? Talk to us.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir. Yes.
I'll leave Mr. LEKKI because this is a businessman. But the truth of the
Yes.
Okay. The truth of the matter is, he said, beyond just food on the table, how will people connect with you? How would they say, oh, this is just small enough food on the table? This is beyond just somebody cooking food. So my charge to you today is, let's start to look at our business like we are doing business. You know, we all started from passion, but let's be intentional about saying, I'm doing something that is not just me being excited about what I do, but I want to create something that will last even beyond my lifetime. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll be very quick. My charge to you today is support. They have mentioned every other thing that is important, right? But I need us to learn. The reason why we keep comparing with the music industry is because they are very supportive of each other. And that's why they are on the stage that they are on. So my charge to you is support local chefs. Support your local farmers. Let's support ourselves. Let's collaborate. Let's continue to mentor each other so that they can look at us like we can now be arguing about who is the big three. You know, we have Wizkid, Burna Boy. Now we can have KC Gibbs. You know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I want to start by appreciating everyone for the opportunity, and then I want to say this. I want us to scale. That's what I'm interested in. Everything we are talking about here, if we don't put it into action, then it's a waste of time. tell the person by your side, we need to scale.
We need to scale.
And I will quickly remind you, for me, the scaling I want is to ensure Lagos does not smell again. Tell the next person by your side, we will make sure that Lagos does not smell again. All our organic waste that is causing that smell, I've told you, it's not the plastic waste, it's not the paper waste, it's not all of those other waste that cause the smell. The smell from the Loma van and from Ojota and all the other places is from our kitchen. Commissioner Ma, we need to work together to ensure that all the organic waste in Lagos, every day, from my research, I told you I did over 15 years of research on this subject. Every day, I realized that Lagos chunks over 150,000 tons of waste. And more than half, it's even metric tons. If you say tons, it's smaller. It's metric tons of waste. And more than half of that is organic waste. Go and find out what I'm telling you. More than half of that, over 150,000 metric tons of waste, is coming from the domestic kitchens, mostly from the restaurants, quick services, hotels, resorts. All our organic waste is smelling all over Lagos. And we need to convert that to something useful. The biogas that we will use to cook in the kitchen, the biodiesel that we will use to run our generators, and every other sub-byproducts, fertilizers for the farmers that we produce, the agricultural produce we will use still to cook in the kitchen. And Lagos will be so beautiful. Wow. I can't wait for that. I'm giving myself 5 years. We will achieve it. Thank you.
Amazing. Mr. LEKKI.
Thank you all for the privilege to have spoken here today. My closing charge is to Capa and to you and all of us who are here. One of my favorite sayings in the world is, "Comet the hour, comet the man." We all know and agree that this is Africa's age. Africa is rising. Am I correct? Yes. Our music has gone global. Our fashion is fast behind it. Our movies, especially Nollywood movies, have gone around the world. So all that's left now is our food and our movies. So here's the thing. Somebody needs to drive, somebody needs to champion African gastro-diplomacy. Nigeria can do it. Will we do it? Or will we let South Africa or Kenya or some other smaller African country take the prize? So Capa and all of us who are here, the ball is in your hands. We can make Nigeria the country that leads the African gastro-diplomacy, putting Nigerian food firmly on the map, putting African food firmly on the map, so that when people ask the question, what does the world eat? Everybody will say, we eat Nigerian, we eat African. Thank you.
Amazing. Please, put your hands together. If you can stand up, please stand up. This has been a very powerful and informative session. We're going to do pictures now. Sorry, DJ, just hold on. We're going to do pictures now, but I'll use that to just say my own final statement. So please, President, if you can join us on stage. So there's something that I always like to say, and I like to say to everybody here. We have many superstars in the culinary space in Nigeria, but we need to get to the point where we all realize that a superstar does not make an industry. One superstar does not make a movement. A movement and industry is only formed when a collective of people come together to champion something. So, under the leadership of President Amaka for Capa, we will all figure out what our something is, and we will all champion it together. Thank you. So please, President, and okay, so while the pictures is going on, I am going to introduce a very important person in the house, because we're going to have the keynote speech immediately after this. So please take the pictures while I read out for the keynote speech, so that our commissioner can join us for pictures after as well. No, DJ, sorry. Thank you. Our honorable commissioner is an Ikorodu native, an architect by training, holds an MBA from Lagos Business School, She began a career at Olam Agric, rising quickly to senior management and gaining global trade experience. Appointed as Lagos State's first, no, don't leave, just hold on. Appointed as Lagos State's first female commissioner. She's the commissioner for Agric and Food Systems. She led the transformation of the food ecosystem, introducing food hubs, modern market infrastructure, and youth-focused programs like the Agri-Innovation Clubs and Scholars Program. She rebranded the ministry and expanded departments to strengthen food safety and production. Under her leadership, IGR rose by 420%, and initiatives like Onje Eco served over 800,000 families, promoting food security statewide. And some of the things that are not mentioned in what I've been sent, that I've been a part of as well. We all know of the food hub in Mushin, right? And not just Mushin, Ekpe. These are hubs that are now aggregating agri-value chain. We all know Chef Agabos here. We've been shouting who since. Eco Flavors is under the leadership of our Honorable Commissioner. So please, everyone, stand up as we welcome the HCs to join us for pictures and immediately stay behind for our keynote speech. Please, our panelists, don't leave yet. We are inducting members into Capa. Yes, so don't leave yet, and we'll need you as part of that process, please. You get the opportunity to pin the next generation of chefs. Sorry, and old members.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I think this is a marriage made in heaven, and the reason why I say so is that I'm an ardent believer of connecting the farmer to the person who is eventually going to prepare the food. And for professionals like you, being chefs, who better than to create such artistic culinary dishes? So a rousing applause to all the chefs in the house this afternoon. Okay, so I happened to meet Chef Amaka, Chef D, and a few others a few months back. But prior to that, my team and I, we have actually been working with Chef Gibbs for the last 4 to 5 years on Lagos Food Festival alongside Chef Tolani. So for me, considering my background and considering my love for the arts, it's always been a passion, you know, just to be in the same space where people create magic. One of my, should I say, my favorite TV station is BBC Lifestyle. And I love BBC Lifestyle for no other reason than the fact that they happen to churn out so many programs that are tailored to someone who has a creative flair. So when you talk about MasterChef, when you talk about Great British Bake Off, I always watch that. And then you can now go to other channels for Hell's Kitchen and what have you. But I think also more importantly, come dine with me. I don't know if any one of you watches that show. They have the South African version, they have the British version. I always, you know, hook up to those channels because it's always fascinating to see what people can do with ingredients and just make magic out of it. So what you really do is beyond comprehension. A lot of people don't understand that what you're doing is creating art on a plate. People just see that you create food, they eat it without even giving full appreciation to those that have labored, you know, to make such food. So for me, you are the key champions for food, and we hold you in that high regard. Listening to what the panelists had mentioned and some of the issues pertaining to logistics, cold chain solutions, trying to ascertain quality or putting food safety in place, I just was smiling because quite a number of the things they had itemized is what the Lagos State government has actually been working on. So when you're talking about cold chain solutions or logistics, we launched Eco-Logistics just a few months back. We are about to operationalize. We have a fleet of cold chain trucks to help us bring foods from far and near into our Lagos market, and even subsequent distribution within Lagos will still be done by cold chain fleet. When you talk about, let's say, food safety, in as much as we also have the Safety Commission for Lagos State and the Ministry of Environment, in the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Systems, we have our food safety marshals. And what they do essentially is to put out sensitization materials on social media, trying to educate the public about the dangers surrounding how some of the practitioners of food in our markets, how they preserve food, how they, you know, try to ripen foods using harmful chemicals and what have you, and what our citizenry should look out for. In terms of trying to ensure that, okay, farmers are able to give you the right kinds of produce, we give all sorts of supports, be it subsidy, be it input, be it even extension services, just to ensure that they grow the right kinds of food for you and also ensure that it gets to you in a timely manner. But more importantly, the infrastructure where you are able to get these items, these ingredients for your plate, and that is market. We see that as the most important, and the reason is not far-fetched. The closing remarks they had given was, where is your place of pride? Where is your place of dignity in the food chain, in the Nigerian space, whereby you can be identified, you can be giving your accolades as chefs and not just being called caterers or someone who cooks, but you are having a profession that should be dignified. And we feel it starts from your market. When you have a dignified place to buy your produce or your ingredients, then that accolade you want or that respect that you should get, you will start to have it. So we are doing so much in trying to ensure that your place of pride, your place of dignity is given to you. And I believe that Lagos State is possibly the only state in Nigeria that is doing all of these things. When we talk about the Lagos Food Festival, it is for no other reason than the fact that we need to support our food actors. We need to put you on the map, and we need for others in the state and outside of the state to recognize you. And so we celebrate that every second Sunday of December. And apart from that, we just celebrated World Food Day last week, 16th of October. We do that every year, and I believe, once again, Lagos State is the only state, if there's any other state you could show me, but I still haven't seen it, that really celebrates its farmers, its food actors, its logistics providers, its chefs, and those who prepare meals and what have you. And we bring everyone together to celebrate. And we had such a lovely turnout last week. It was so beautiful, and it is endearing to see food actors come from all 57 local governments and LCDAs in Lagos, you know, to celebrate those who toil, who sweat, and who labor to give us this food. So we have so many programs. But we are here today for no other reason than to celebrate Capa, that is the Culinary Arts Practitioners Association of Nigeria, and for the induction of members into this great body. So I'm truly honored to stand before you today. And the theme I had was the future of culinary leadership. That is innovation, integrity, and impact. And when I saw that theme, I was quite appreciative of it in the sense that there is no better timing than now to speak about it. To be honest with you, many of you have chosen a path that is not merely about cooking, but also about storytelling, identity, and the very sustenance of our people. For too long, the narrative has separated the two most crucial ends of our food chain, and that is agriculture and the culinary arts. And that is why, under the Lagos State government again, we set up Eco Flavors. And we have our winner here who won who won 5 million naira on Saturday. First runner-up, that is Chef, where is she? Damilola. No, so she was for the first cohort. That was last year. Yes, that is Omoboni. Omoboni was the first runner-up for 2024. And we have Chef Oluwa Damilola, who won 3 million naira. And we have other chefs as well who took away prizes. No other state is doing this. And we did Eco Flavors for no other reason than the fact that we needed to connect food to the final destination, and that is you, the chefs. So we are connecting agriculture and the culinary arts. But a chef is only as good as the ingredients they use. And your creativity begins with the work of our farmers, and their harvest finds its true purpose in your hands. In Lagos State, we are committed to building a resilient and sustainable food system, which is why our governor, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu's Themes Plus agenda places a strong emphasis on food security. We recognize that our collective success depends on a robust and integrated food value chain, and our initiatives such as the Produce for Lagos program and the upcoming food logistics hub, the middle level market, and the last mile market are designed to strengthen these links, ensuring a reliable supply of fresh, high quality produce for your kitchens. You, the culinary leaders, are the market's pulse, and your demand for quality, locally sourced ingredients drives the growth of our agricultural sector. Without you, there is no farmer. This summit theme calls for innovation, and I see it happening every day in Lagos. During Eco Flavors, I had mentioned we have the Wizkids of this world, we have Burna Boy, we have Davido, you know. And I mentioned, and I'm happy that Chef Amaka was a judge, Chef D was a judge, Chef Dahlia was a judge, Chef Ify was a judge, Okpayemi, Farmer King was a judge. And I said, why is it that in this space, we still don't have those names? And I'm happy someone else mentioned it. We have the big three in the Nigerian entertainment industry. Why are we not having the Gordon Ramsays in this room? Why are we not having the Jamie Olivers in this room? You can be that. And so, what I see is that innovation in culinary space isn't just about molecular gastronomy or importing exotic trends. It is about reimagining and elevating our rich cultural and culinary heritage. It's about taking the amala from our local markets and transforming it with modern techniques. It's about using technology to improve kitchen efficiency, reduce food waste, and create new functional foods that meet the health needs of our populace. The future of culinary leadership in Nigeria lies in blending our profound culinary traditions with cutting-edge techniques. How can we use new technology to ensure our ewedu maintains its nutritional value from the farm to the plate? How can we develop sustainable menus that celebrate the biodiversity of our state and our country? These are the questions that will define your leadership. It says integrity is one of those key things that you need as a leader, and therefore it is the bedrock of your profession. It is the trust your customers place in you that the food they are eating is safe, clean, and healthy. For us in the government, this is a top priority, and like I said, that is one of the main reasons why we set up the food logistics hub and the middle level market. We have created initiatives and programs to help, and I'm praying and I'm hoping that many of you will fall in line with what we are doing. Your role as culinary leaders is to uphold and champion standards, and that starts with your sourcing, knowing where your ingredients come from, and building relationships with your local farmers or suppliers who practice sustainable and safe methods. Another responsibility for you is to prioritize health, creating dishes that are not only delicious but also nutritious, helping to combat diet-related illnesses. And another responsibility of yours is to minimize waste. Embracing a philosophy of zero waste in your kitchens, from nose to tail and root to stalk cooking, which benefits both your bottom line and the environment. In creating impact, ultimately culinary leadership is measured by what you do in the community beyond your kitchen. And so, economically, are you championing the locally sourced ingredients in your community? What are you doing to help the farmers around you? You create a powerful market pool that supports our farmers, strengthens our food systems, and creates jobs for youth. You also have a cultural impact. You are the ambassadors for our food culture. And the innovative dishes you create introduce the Nigerian cuisine to a global audience, fostering a deeper appreciation for our heritage. And also, you create a social impact. Through culinary education and outreach, you can influence dietary habits and help us build a healthier and better nourished society. So what is the call to action? To the new inductees, shortly, and all the seasoned professionals here, I leave you with this charge. Innovate boldly, but never lose sight of your roots. Operate with integrity, because the trust of your customers is your most valuable ingredient. And measure your impact always, and let it be a positive force that nourishes not just individuals, but our entire state and nation. For us in the Lagos State Government, we are ready to partner with you. We are ready to partner with Capa. We see it as a bigger platform than even what we are doing at Eco Flavors, so we are happy to always collaborate with you. And we'll continue to invest in the infrastructure and initiatives that empower you to be the culinary leaders of tomorrow. I think one thing that I really resonated with from the panelists was the need for identity, for brand imagery, for the storytelling in this room to be such that people start to recognize you and give you your place, of importance. And that starts with you, that starts with this association, that starts with how this association also rallies around its members, the standards it puts in place, and obviously in creating those operational guidelines that will start to set the tone for how people view you and also take you seriously. So, Capa, thank you very much for inviting me once again, for giving me the privilege to at least be able to see that what we are doing in Lagos State in trying to connect the farmer to the final destination is not lost, and that we are actually on the right path. So thank you very much, everyone, and God bless you.
Please, hello. I need a wonderful, resounding round of applause for the competition. Amazing. And now, for the most important part of the day, which is the induction of our culinary sprouts, I will be introducing Chef D to read out our culinary Capa creed, and then the culinary sprouts will be inducted. Chef D, we need you right on stage. Please, as Chef D is coming, I need you guys to, cheer him on, because the induction is going to be really powerful. Chef D, we need you on stage, please. A round of applause for Chef D.
Yeah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a very big honor to be here today. Yeah, so before we start the induction process, I would like to just say something very quickly. It's actually very big to be called chefs and to have this kind of platform where we can come together and most importantly call ourselves an industry. Because I can tell you for a fact, this time 20, 30 years ago, or probably a little further, there is definitely nothing called chefs that we can standardize ourselves at this level. Let's say, as at then, many of us will have been regarded as an assistant houseboy. But to the glory of God today, we can stand on a big podium and say, I'm a chef. Being regarded as a top professional is part of the development and growth that has happened in this industry, especially over the past decade. And for that, we have to give a round of applause to everybody who has been in the industry between then and now for all efforts they have put into this. And that's what makes us it. So we have this for you before we get into the induction process. And I'm going to read this for you very boldly so that you understand. And we said, please bring it down. A little bit. All right, it's fine like that. All right. So said, humans eat, and so do animals too. We eat food, and they eat too. But what makes us different is the flavor of our food. Without food and colors, we could just be animals too. So your role is not ordinary. You are more than just a cook. The flavor is in you, and that is the truth. Without food, we are nothing but a wood. For God has given you the power to cook. Never, ever question the possibilities within you. All right, that's it. Thank you. All right, so we are going to go into the creed now. I'm going to read the first stanzas of the creed. Then immediately after that, we'll call all the inductees to stand up, and we are going to read the declaration of purpose together. All right, so I'll go into it again. Once again, my name is Ladipo Ayodeji. They call me the Food General. As devoted professionals in the culinary hospitality industries, we, the members of Culinary Arts Practitioner Association of Nigeria, Capa, solemnly affirm our commitment to excellence, innovation, and the continuous growth of our craft. Acknowledging the strength of our diversity and the collective wealth of our traditions, we pledge to promote, to develop, and elevate the culinary and hospitality industries within Nigeria and on the global stage. In pursuit of these objectives, we unequivocally commit to the following principles. Number one, promotion of unity and collaboration. We pledge to foster a culture of unity, mutual respect, and cooperation among chefs, culinarians, and hospitality professionals. By sharing knowledge, you dey hear o? Resources and experiences, we will advance our collective art, our collective craft, cultivate professional relationships, and strengthen the bonds of camaraderie within our industry. Number 2, education and knowledge. We commit to a lifelong learning and professional development, embracing cutting-edge innovations, sustainable practices, and contemporary culinary techniques. Through workshops, training programs, and active participation in educational initiatives, we will enhance our expertise and set exemplary standard of culinary excellence. Number 3, fostering professional development. We are resolute in our dedication to the growth and empowerment of our members by providing mentorship, facilitating networking opportunities, and advocating for the interest of culinary hospitality professionals. We will ensure our members to excel in their careers and meet with the dynamics demand of the industry. Going to number 4, upholding global best practices. We affirm our commitment to the highest international standard in culinary and hospitality practice. These include adhering to principles of ethics, hygiene, food safety, and sustainability. By maintaining these standards, we aim to position Nigeria as a global leader in the culinary art and hospitality sector. Going to number 5, balancing innovation with tradition. We will honor and preserve the culinary traditions that form the foundation of our craft, while actively embracing innovations and creativity. By exploring new techniques, flavors, and approaches, we will elevate the culinary arts in Nigeria and redefine its global perception. Number 6, commitment to service and integrity. You should hold your hand like this. As custodians of the culinary and hospitality industry, we will exemplify integrity, professionalism, and excellence in all our endeavors. We will serve our communities with humility, passion, and unwavering dedication to quality, inspiring those we serve and the generations to come. So the declaration of purpose, we are going to stand up to do that together. But before we do that, I'm going to have to call all the inductees to step forward. Then I'm going to call the honor and all other panelists to please come close so that we can do this together. Please help me call the panelists from the green room while we do this together, and we'll be able to call all the inductees. Please, before we call the names, if you know an inductee, please, you can stand up right now. If you know that you're an inductee, please stand up right now. Please give them a round of applause. For the first time in history of Capa, for the first time in the history of Chefs Association in Nigeria, we are having an induction process. And I tell you, from this moment, this is going to on the count of 3, we'll go together. Please, let's maintain perfect silence, just as the way we maintain a perfect silence when the jollof rice is about to get done. So I said I'm going to count 1, 2, 3, and we'll be able to go together. And please give me as loud, as happy as you are to be here today. On the count of 1, 2, and 3. Through this creed, we pledge to elevate the standard of the culinary and hospitality industries in Nigeria, advocate for the recognition and appreciation of the contribution of culinary practitioners, to cultural and economic development. Build a legacy of professionalism, innovation, and excellence that will inspire the future generations. We as chefs, culinary artists, and hospitality professionals stand united in our unwavering passion for our crafts and our dedication to the growth, sustainability, and global competitiveness of the food service industry in Nigeria. For the art of cuisine, the love of tradition, and the promise of innovation, we pledge to serve with excellence. All right, so please, I'm going to call on the Honorable Commissioner to please come. She's going to come and give us a word, and we are going to start the pinning process. All right. Yeah, 3 rows, please. 3 rows, 3 rows. 3 different rows. Three rows, 3 rows. You are pinning. Mr. LEKKI, can we get him from the green room? So I'm going to call names. Yes. All right, so I'm going to, please, can we just step back a little bit so that there's a little space in this front? No, I think Commissioner needs to come up. He'll come up. Yeah. Individually, quickly. I'm going to call in their names, they'll come up. All right, please. Yeah, we'll do it upstairs. All right, so we are going to be calling names because this is a registration process, and we have some first names, and that's how we are going to be doing it. So please, if you hear your name, you quickly step forward, you get pinned, and we move to the next person. All right, shall we start? All right, Ngozi Ikelegbe, membership CS25SS021. Congratulations. Grace Omolara Oladipupo. Grace Omolara Oladipupo. Yes. Jenny Mbanefo. If you are there, Jenny Mbanefo. Vanessa Alari Osifo. Vanessa Alari Osifo. Akachi Nwachuku. Yes. Please, you go back to your seat after. Akachi Nwachuku. Janice Orogun. Abi Orogun. Oh, Toneba. Oyindamola Titus. Olaoluwa Akintayo. Olivia Richard. Saliu Nafisat. Ganiat Bello. Titilayo Borire. Ikile Tracy. Bukola Stephen. Faith Williams. Divine Isibo. Ugochukwu Oche. Wasiu Sholanke. Ivi Anon. Sorry if I missed out, but if you Esther Adekunle, Chidima Kenneth, Christine Ezete, Ezine Oyekwere, Ezine. All right, no verse. It sounds like spices. Bolu Atife Okunade, Rebecca Olamide, Esther Adeyemi, Aye Batombara Erieta, Usman Yunusa, Oluwabukumi Adeoye, Lawal Imia, Titilayo Olanipekun, Victor Enuegbe. Oh, Enuegbe. Oh, sorry. On Enuegbe. Adebola Adewoye, Glory Enwere, Shelley Chidima, Deborah Shofowora, Miracle Inebe, Faith Osigwe, Elizabeth Omokoje, Ekene Mokuye, Joseph Afolabi, Tolulope Iyola, Otu. All right, Esther Otu. Peace Gabriel, Moturayo Ola, Nonso Ejiofo, James Peter, Precious Edwin, Francis Ebotoka, Cleopatra Johnson, Mary Inu Akuteme, Christian Emeriwa, Christian Shobade, Boluatife Muhammad, Gloria Adumoha, Ronti Femi Oyekola, Kabira Ilo, Bemisola Oyekoya, Godia Phillips, Vivian Okoye, Joseph Udile, Shijuade Oyedeji, Ogene Tega Eritomi, Ogene Tega. Where is he? We see him. Ogene Karo Ekpige, Priska Shifunaya, Ololade Abbas, Oluwakemisola Lawal, Nini Lomo Shitu, Adeola Adedumoye, Joy Iyokere, Kate Ata, Jane Francis Osareoji, Yabo Blessing, Blessing Essien, Praise Okoriafo, Waliat Adegbeson, Kilo Faja Tengbeson, Sharon Dion, Prudence Agboye, Brenda Maxwell, Francis Okpara, Eunice Waka, Eunice Waka, Olakemi Ayesa Adiola Obayemi, Joy Eto, Folashade Kudirat, Ifioma Williams Okoye, Abigail Alubi, Olufemi Oti, Inemesit Essien. Yeah, Inemesit Essien. Anita Agu. Mary Asuko. Hello, please. That noise is getting too much. Please, from the please on that side. Please take it easy with the noise. Grace Nkobia, Veronica Oyogwa, ha, Barinedum Peculiar, Yetunde Anikulapo Kuti, Linda Ajala, Antonia Ojenagbon, Princess Ukwoma, Miss Ndati, Jemima Aye, Christy Joy Adeoye, Ngozi Duroha, Nancy Unsofo Nelson, Charles, Ikiruka Oza, Chiwendu Festus, Roslyn Waratita. That's what I'm reading. What I'm seeing here. Roslyn Waratita. All hail the latest champion. W8, featherweight, lightweight, eco-fest competition. Agabos Agboye. Chiamaka Emmanuel. Chiamaka Emmanuel. Shelley Ugochi. Mata Rotimi. Ngozi Obasa. Monica Fidelis. Yewande Michael. Emmanuel Ogbonaya. Happiness Etim. Vivian Okonko. Ajayi. Awa Abdusalam. Oluwatomisin Fadugba. Kingsley Ebosele. Lillian Eze. Chikaodi Ogbekilu. Courage Momo. Teba Momo ngo. Ayomide Egbinola. Belinda Esomeme. Titi Lokpe Aliu. Adeola Matthew. Temitope Alaba. Lawal Abdurazak. Yetunde Oyebade. Zino Onotoja. Ẹ máa lọ National Stadium, tẹ́ bá fẹ́ jà náà. Shelley Ọ̀dọ́. Mary Umewa. Daphne Ọmọnẹmu. Ọmọbọ̀nìkẹ́ Àwòsànmí. Olúwarótìmí Kọ́mọláfẹ́ Cole. So far, we have congratulations, everybody. Hold on. Let me get the supplementary list. They will get me the supplementary list. Please hold on. Don't worry. No. We have a supplementary list. I think it's based on registration. We have a supplementary. We are bringing it. Hold on. I just need to confirm from the list, then I'll call. Just be like this. I'm going to call. I just need to confirm from the Pin. One bit. I mean my pin. Pin me that. I want to induct this boy. commissioner pin on yes. Where's your pin?
My pin. You know I put her for bag. I can't reach her, no see her. Did they ask? Yeah, I want pin, no.
Wait.
No reach my side.
No worry, may I go? Commissioner, let me pin this one like that.
You got me. Commissioner, you got me.
Hold up. Hey. They want induct here. This one will just come here. This one just come here. I must be pinned. No. I must be inducted. All right. Please, they induct me. Oh. No people will not come and say they didn't induct me. Oh. I was there. Oh. Praise the Lord. All right. We're waiting for the names quickly. We're waiting for their names quickly. Yes, after them. We are going on break immediately after them. I'm waiting for that. Yes, after. No, but we are just going to call them. They will shake the commissioner. All right, please, you can come. This set of people can come, please. You can come, please. Yes, on behalf of
Capa, we hereby induct dearly beloved.
I know. Let me call her.
Our dearest commissioner. Please bring apron, everything. Please, let's put your hands together. Woo!
We hereby induct you into Capa in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the food ministry. Amen. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Sorry, please. These people are coming up, please. All right, please. Princess Oluwatoyin Jacob, Israel Busayo, Anoluapo Somoye, Olawale Lawal, Gloria Amadu Udu, Ame Elizabeth. Please come. All right, step forward. Take a picture with the Commissioner. Congratulations. Congratulations. Yes. All ESCOs, please come quickly and take pictures with the commissioner. All ESCOs. Please, all ESCOs. 1 second, please. All ESCOs. Please just come and shake the commissioner. Your pin will arrive. No. We still have the under package for them, and their certificate is still here. All ESCOs, please. All ESCOs, quickly. All executive.
High spirits, executives. All executives, come on stage now. Shaito, you are here. Okay. High spirit, that's his stage name. Okay, thank you. Pictures, please. We are not staying well equal. Okay. Are we in line? Have you come down after? Please arrange us, please. Please, our chefs, you know you are not meant to litter. Make sure your environment is not dirty, please. We don't litter. Remember, we don't litter. Thank you. Chef Gibbs, please join us. Chef Gibbs. Chef Gibbs was the vice president of Capa. Please put your hands together. One more. Thank you very much.
Hold on. All right, so hello. Yeah, so please, for all members that has been inducted, please, we are still going to do the presentation of certificates. And I heard that some people did not get their names. I want to please explain to you, we had a very long list, and we also had a complimentary list. So it is possible that your name is on the complimentary list, and it's going to be sorted out. But all certificates are here now, which is going to be shared a few minutes after. All right, wait. Please, come on. Please, anybody that doesn't hear their name, please come and arrest her. If you didn't hear your name, please come and arrest her. She's going to clarify it. If she cannot clarify it, just take her away. All right, so, and more so, please, we're going to have a little break now. Please don't go. Sterling Bank is behind us here. If you want to quickly set up an account within a very quick motion, Sterling Bank is going to set that up for you. We have UAC, it's outside there. They are giving us gala, water, and chin-chin. You can get some, but we're still going to get you some food later.
Come on. Aye. Oh shit. It is the man. Come on.
Yes. Yeah.
Aye, boo. Aye, come on, say. Another man. Shay, aye, Shay, come on, aye.
All right, please sit down, everybody.
Lift your body, move your body.
Food is coming. Please sit down, food is coming. We are going to serve you now. Please, food is coming. Sit down, food is coming.
See, it be you I got. I can risk it all, oh. I don't wanna hear say. I don't wanna hear say you there with another man. Oh, shake body, shake body. Move body. Come on, Aibo, Ladies and gentlemen, it's Capa Week 2025. Oh, Shay. Superstar DJ.
Everybody. DJ. Chefs, I know everybody is gingery right now. High energy, high spirits everywhere. Please, everybody take your seats if you know you want to eat. Please. Take your seat if you know you want to eat food. If we pass your seat, we don't go come back, oh. If we pass your seat, we are not coming back. Please, everybody take your seat. Please, guys, chefs, let's be coordinated. Everybody go back to your seat, relax, and food will come to you. If we pass your seat, I will make sure you don't get that pack of jollof rice that is coming to you. Thank you. DJ. If since we are here, Sterling Bank is behind us and they are offering us wonderful account opening packages. So if you want to open a Stellimark account, this is your time. Just go back there and register your account. But please, if you are not doing that, kindly have a seat so you can chop jollof rice.
Chief. Okay.
Who's joining? Who else is joining?
Guys, please, let's take our seats. No, don't worry. I'll tell them. DJ. Yeah. DJ. Guys, please have your seats. Your induction bags are coming. Please, chefs, have your seat. Second panel is about to start, but we need to eat first, and we need to get our induction bags. Chefs, so...
Chefs.
You don't go chop jollof rice, so... See, talk to your colleagues to sit. Please, sit. Agabos, you know see jollof rice chop, oh.
Come on. No playing on bicycle right about now. O'Shea.
We need 4 chairs on the...
DJ Gbemi Debe O'Shea. Come on. Okay. Right about now, DJ Fountain on the wheels of steel. O'Shea. Come on. Aibo. Aiba. Aibo. Aiba. She. Ladies and gentlemen, Okay. Go. DJ, give me the bear. Move me the bear. Give me the bear. Move me the bear. See? Come on. Let's go. O'Shea. Move body. Shake body. Move body. Shake body. Move body. Come on. Shit. Come on. Aibo. Check. Hey. Kilowi. Go. No, darling. Come on, say. Give me the bear. See, move me the bear. Move it. Bessie. She. No sleeping on bicycle. Come on. Yeah. Come on. Say.
DJ. Una too like party, Jesus. Small am a piano. Now no fit just stay one place again. Chefs. Small am a piano. You people are just busy. We still have a panel we need to listen to, please. My friend, sit down there. You won't chop jollof, oh? Please, guys, we're about to introduce the next panelist to the stage. Please be relaxed. Jollof rice is coming. You people don't like jollof. Jollof is coming. Goodie bag is coming. Please relax. I'll be introducing the panelists in a bit. DJ, you purposely the cause wahala here. You are purposely doing this. You know these people love my piano. That's why you keep playing it. You don't want them to eat jollof rice. Ladies and gentlemen, while we are sitting, I am sure that some of you have gone outside to get snacks and water to like relax first before the main things start to happen. I am going to introduce the moderator for the next panel session. You're wonderful, the amazing, the intellectual, the innovative, the creative Chef Moyo. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause until she gets to the stage. If you don't clap, no jollof. If you don't clap, no, I'm watching you. If you don't clap, no jollof. Thank you so much, guys.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Happy International Chef's Day. Congratulations to all the new inductees. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Capa, for having me. I'm going to introduce the other members of my panel so we can all come up here. And I think when we all get here, we'll have an opportunity to introduce ourselves. Can you guys hear me? Thank you. So I'm going to start with Chef Ehis. Can we please give him a round of applause as he comes up? I cannot see him more. We have Farmer Samson. Can we please give him a round of applause as he comes up here? My very own Mrs. Ozzy of Eden Foods. Can we give her a round of applause as she comes up? Then we have Chef Alexander as well. Where are my panelists? So? Yes, Chef, please, we're waiting for you. We're expecting you. Yes. Round of applause, round of applause. As you, lovely to see you. Yes, you too. Thank you so much. Welcome. I just saw Mrs. Ozzy now. I cannot see her again. Are our other panelists in the house? Are we waiting for them? Are we expecting them? All right. While we anticipate their arrival, we will go ahead and start. Hi, chefs. How are you? Welcome. So lovely to have you with me. Do we have another mic that they will also use? So we're super excited to have this session, and the title of our panel session is Sustainable Plates, Digital Paths, Reimagining Nigerian Cuisine in a Connected World. All right, so we're going to start with introduction. Okay, so we have one more panelist that will be joining us right now. We have Nelson. Please, would you like to join us on stage? Thank you so much. Can we give him a round of applause? Welcome, welcome everyone. So I would like us to start with introductions. So I'd like you to just tell us your name and, what should I say, the most exciting part of what you do. Is that difficult? Okay, should we start?
Okay, my name is Chef Hay of ECA Lagos, and the most exciting part of this is grooming young chefs to be better than I do, and then trying to see how we can raise the next gen chef that can not just be a local chef, and then can represent Nigeria anywhere in the whole world. I believe so much. I've got so much opportunities working anywhere in the whole world, and then just stay in Nigeria. And then I believe everybody can do that. So you don't need to run after jobs. You just have to stay where you are and be excellent in whatever you are doing, and then the jobs will come for you. And that's my belief, and that's what we've been doing over the years, and then grooming the best champions. That's what we do. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. I am Farmer Samson of Bole. I'm a full-time farmer. The most exciting thing about what I do is using technology to recreate food. Using technology to recreate food. What that essentially means is there is the whole story around, oh, this person is diabetic, you cannot eat XYZ food because you are diabetic. But there is a way to grow every kind of food to ensure it has the amount of proteins you want, so that you can be eating gari, but that does not have so much carbohydrate just because of how it is grown on the farm. So that's what is exciting.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nelson Ushingyo. So I am also food entrepreneur. So basically, I lead the organization Borderless and Merch Africa. What we basically do there is we are focused on chefs and food brands or culinary experts who want to actually turn their skills into sustainable brands that speak beyond just Nigeria, but Africa as globally as well. So we take your food from where you are at the moment and see how we can actually cost a 10x effect in terms of your sales and your presence in the global market.
Can we have a round of applause for our panelists? I hope we're excited. We're looking forward to the gems they're going to drop and share with us this afternoon. So I have a couple of questions, and I'm going to try and direct them at you that I think apply to you most. But if you find that you want to still answer somebody else's question, please feel free. I've not introduced myself. Do I need to? Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Moyo. Sore Odunfa Akimbo, and I'm the head chef and founder of the Atije Experience. Atije means how we eat. We're all about exploring how we eat as Nigerians, our food ways, and our food culture. I'm a member of the Chef's Manifesto, which is an SGD2 advocacy hub, which is a collective of chefs aimed at meeting the zero hunger goal, right, by working together. So I'm super excited to be here with you this afternoon. Thank you so much, Capa, for having me. So my first question is going to be about the environment. We have a chef, we have a farmer, we have somebody in food tech, and we're talking about sustainability. And when we talk a lot about food production and food consumption, we have a question of sustainability. So in your opinion, I think I'll start from you, Farmer Samson. What are some of the environmental implications of food production and consumption? And how are we able to, leveraging Nigerian cuisine, leveraging our local produce, as we've spoken about, ensure that we make the system more sustainable?
All right, thank you. So as a farmer, the way we look at it is you do not, because you are hungry, burn down your house to cook your food. And I say that because many a time, a lot of people do not understand the environmental cost of food. Now, how do I mean when I say the environmental cost? As a chef, your raw materials are farm produce. For everything that you are going to use to cook, there is the water that you are going to use. Now, let me try and make it simple so everybody would understand. Am I too loud? Okay. Let me make it in a way that everybody will understand. You want to use tomatoes. For you to use that tomatoes, the farmer will plant, get his seed, the rain falls. Now, this is the issue. Every time the rain falls, the tomatoes does not use every drop of rain that drops. Most of this rain will go away either as flood or get seeped into the ground. That is environmental issue number one. Number two, the typical farmer is going to apply fertilizers or nutrients on the farm. But the issue is that farmer never took time to do soil tests even before planting. It's the equivalent of somebody saying, oh, when you have headache, take Panadol. So you just woke up one morning, you just felt, they said take Panadol after 6 days. So you took Panadol after 6 days. Because the farmer is told, after so period of planting, apply fertilizers. Nobody told him, oh, there is a need to test the soil before you decide what fertilizer to use. So the misuse and the abuse of fertilizer has an environmental impact. Number three is the use of pesticide, insecticides, fungicide, because diseases would affect the plant. And for most people, you want to buy tomatoes that looks very clean and all of that. So the farmer wants to do everything to make sure the tomatoes looks aesthetically pleasing. That again has an environmental impact. So you realize even if you go beyond the farm, when the harvest is done, from the farm to wherever you are going to use that product, you are going to use a vehicle to move it. That again is an environmental impact. Now, as farmers, what we try to ask ourselves is, we understand that the process of food production has a lot of carbon footprints.
how can we intentionally reduce this? How can we ensure that because we are trying to feed people, we are not destroying the planet? So, speaking from my perspective as an example, we do something called greenhouse farming, controlled farming. Right now, we have the largest greenhouse farm in the whole of West Africa. This ensures that we are not intentionally polluting the soil. Beyond that, we also do something called soilless farming, which is producing the crop without depending on soil. This allows us to reuse, to use the exact amount of nutrients needed per time. Now, somebody might be asking, why are we doing the whole greenhouse farming? Does Nigeria not have enough sun? Yes, we do. But you see, greenhouse is not because whether we have sun or not. Greenhouse is because we understand that the plant is a living thing. And because the plant is a living thing, we need to help it control the biotic and abiotic factors. In simple terms, the living and non-living things that would affect its growth. So we use the greenhouse to be able to ensure the temperature is not too much, the humidity is not too much, the insects cannot even come into where the plants are. I met a chef earlier, I don't know where she is, who said she visited our farm. Okay, yeah. She said she visited our farm and she bought some produce from our farm earlier in the year and she kept it on her shelf for like a week and it didn't get spoiled. That is what a properly grown product is supposed to do. Because you realize that the biggest issue we have is because these crops are not properly grown, their shelf life is not a lot. So, as a chef, you are forced to put them in the fridge. The fridge that you are turning on has an environmental impact. But if we can grow it well, it means your post-harvest management is easier, you get the flavor, and you have reduced environmental impact. I'll pause. Thank you. The farm is Soilless Farm Lab.
Something about that. Okay, for me, that was amazing. So for me is the part of culinary where we train people, which most of the chefs here put its concentration, is at the point when the goods gets to the doorpost. So we call this or more like a work chart plan, and then we consider major factors that HACCP, which is as an analysis critical component, which is what we consider as a measure from the doorstep. Now, considering what you've said, I think it's relevant. But now, what Capa I'm suggesting, Capa.
Great, thank you so much for your contributions. Can we have a round of applause for our speakers? Are we learning a thing or two? I think I am. I really am. And I would like for us to pivot into the topic of food waste, right? Because we've spoken about environmental impact. There are many things that happen before the food gets to us as chefs that are very important. But then when it even gets to us, even before it gets to us, there's waste. In transportation, at least. Then even when it now gets to us, we have the issue of how do we manage food waste? How do we balance food waste? You know, what are the things that we can do as chefs to ensure that we minimize it we can minimize it as much as possible? So Chef Ehis, I'd like you to answer from a chef's perspective. And Nelson, I also want you to talk about how digital platforms can help us achieve some of these goals in sustainability, in minimizing food waste, and things like that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, I have a kitchen in Taraba. Most of you you're used to Taraba. It's a kitchen of 75 staff that we feed every month. And then we supply from Jos to Taraba. I travel the north. I think I've traveled the north very well. I know most of these places. I know how the roads are bad and it's difficult to transport. So it takes about 24 hours to drive through Taraba. So if you want to do shortcuts, you have to go through Takum, which is a river. So your bus have to go through the river to get to the shortcut, which is just less 5 hours difference. Okay, so now over the month, we did our analysis. We find out that we are losing so much money. And then on the other end, as a chef that is doing supplies, we are not making money. There's no surplus. And then we try to see how do we transport this thing fairly. And then what we did was to now transport in crates. So most times when you put the things in bags, they have it and then they start to get melted, especially when you are transporting things like leaf, even cabbage. And then these things, you get to your place, you are losing over 22% to 25% already. And then already your profit on that cabbage alone as a unit product from all your total product contributions, it's minus. And then we start to supply. Last 2 months, we're able to save about 7%, which is additional profit to our own normal profit, basic profit. And then I will advise every chef to do a basic knowledge of that. So I also do a research on how to keep my parsley a little bit longer. I wrap it in paper and I seal it. The moment you put your parsley to expose it into the normal fridge temperature, which is not regulated so we dry everything outside. So the tomatoes need a double breathe. What I mean by double breathe is that there have to be a cross air to the tomatoes, ventilation. So we don't use the plank. We use 2x2 woods and create those stuff and put the tomatoes there. And then for the chefs, this is it. When you buy tomatoes or buy anything that perishes quick, and then you need to select part time. Select part time means that you need to select as they are going ripe. You don't put everything together. The moment one goes bad, and then it affects the others, and then you start to have so much loss when it comes to production. So we spread them and select as we go. So spread, and then what else? When it comes, don't buy things that perish in a large bulk. Don't buy them large. For parsley, buy them in small quantities. You can always go down cabbage. And then like we're talking about, every chef should now start to have micro plants. You can connect to him, micro plants in our backyard, in our back of our windows, and then so that we can just get those basil, those parsleys, coriander fresh. That's what I started doing. I have my basil. I have 2 varieties or 3 varieties of basil, and then I just call them fresh. It just makes the food taste, it elevates the taste of the food. And then I think that's what we should be doing from my own perspective. Preservation is more of attention and rotation. Attention and rotation. Thank you.
All right, so I think I love something he said about the whole process of logistics and how he was able to know what was working and what was not working. I think one of the things that, I don't know how many people run brands here, here in the audience. Please, if you run a business, like you run your own brand, you don't just work for someone, can you just signify, please? Like you own your own brand? Okay, all right, great. So one of the beautiful things we tried doing last year was that we realized, anyway, I tried running a restaurant. I just give a little background and then connect it to what he said and then to your questions. So 2015, I came into the country and I thought about, what should I do next? Because I love cooking. I just love cooking for fun. I said, okay, why not go start a business, a food business? And I opened a restaurant in VI. That restaurant shut down within eight months. We had millions of naira. We had borrowed from the bank and all that, and they came after us. But during that process, me and my friend had to go back and sit down and ask ourselves the questions, what happened? What went wrong? And then we realized that we were in a space where technology was just growing bigger. And if we had positioned ourselves better and there were some form of operations and controls that we didn't have a knowledge about, even preservation of food and all that, and how to even control waste, we just go to the market. Pretty much when we want to go the next day, I go to the market to actually buy the food items, and then we buy in bulk thinking that we want to buy them cheap. And then before it reaches a week, the next day or the weekend, the food already getting spoiled. And that was a major problem for us because our operational cost was going into purchasing the food items and not realizing how to manage the process and control that value chain. And then for the fact that I didn't have a knowledge about food, I just knew how to cook. My friend too was a business guy. He just knew how to cook. So going into the tech space, I'm like, okay, what should we build next? Since I love food and I want to play in the food industry. And we thought about a platform as a service, which is a SaaS that help restaurants or even chefs track the whole process of their operations, right from when the food gets from the market to them, from the market to them, then from them to their customers. So one of the things he said about even controlling waste. So on our platform, which we are actually implementing, right, you can talk, we have an AI agent which you can speak to, which act like a farmer and give you insight on preservation and the things you should get when you need to get. So it controls and takes the whole essence of your operations instead of thinking about what you should do and how you should do it. So the waste control is already there. So if you're buying something, let's say if you're buying a crate of tomatoes from Chef, from a Samson, it tells you that this is how long this food
can be preserved. This is what you need to do to preserve it, and these are the beneficial ingredients for these very food items that add additional value to your own food that you're preparing for your end customer. So you're not just preparing meals because you just want to prepare meals. Preserve ways is in doing a plug and play into their daily business to know exactly what costs to save so that they don't run into losses, you know, at the end of the month or quarter when they are doing their finances.
Okay, I know we are busy, sorry, but let me tell us something that would help our business. After this, go and buy a little equipment called a refractometer. Refractometer. Refractometer is less than 20,000 naira in Nigeria. A refractometer, when you buy any vegetable, use it to test the vegetable. The higher the sugar content in that vegetable, the faster it will spoil. The faster it will spoil. Now, what the reason is this. Remember that, look, maybe you don't know, let me say this. Every product has carbohydrate inside. Whether you call it protein, it has carbohydrates. Now, what the refractometer does is, it checks the amount of sugar inside the product. Now, the only reason why a product will have sugar is the carbohydrate in the
but we can reprocess it. So as chefs, I mean, you are doing the magic, and I'm very happy. I don't like to cook, so by the way, but I'm glad that so many people in this room like to cook, and they want to feed me fat like Chef Amaka. You have to grade. You have to sort, and then you have to start processing. Processing means that your tomatoes, you're probably going to puree them, cook them, and batch freeze them so that, I mean, you can use them in and out of season. For us, we started using things like dryers. For my son, I've come to your farm, so he has freeze dryers. So you use things like dehydrators to dry food so that, I mean, you can increase that shelf life. You can export it. We do a lot of exported vegetables at our end. We do tomato purees. So creation is something that became necessary. There's what's the necessity is the mother of invention. So we started having to create purees. We started making recipes like frozen tomato purees that people will even take in jutes, not a jute, like liquid pouches to travel, and it has every ingredient. Like you can enjoy jollof rice in London because it's frozen, it goes in a styrofoam box, and you can travel with it. So that is what is very exciting about my work. So grading, sorting, and then processing it to how you want to increase the shelf life. We dry. We do a lot of drying as well. And then we start to infuse. So it's like I'm doing everything in the value chain. I'm not a cook. I don't like to cook. But then we have to cook sometimes and then get people to enjoy, have an experiential experience of what we're trying to offer. So we did fonio and oats, which is amazing and excellent. I mean, we have chefs in Abuja order it, and they say, oh, this is fantastic. And chefs in Lagos, you know, and it's just, how do we promote our
house? I just came up with this one. For the HFs in the house, you should please create. Okay. Thank you. I just came up with this formulation. So for the HFs in the house, all you're leading a group of people and you do a lot of intake of supplies. This is from the kitchen post where you get the goods. So you should try and introduce this. You should create a goods intake management which do a breakdown of receiving, which goes with like inventory, and then you are taking count. Storage analysis on how you should store. That will be more like a chart work plan for your kitchen. Sorting this ingredient because you need personnel, so you need a management person to be able to handle that. You don't need to employ additional hands. You just need to have a rotation. That means, Mr. Tunde, you are the one doing this week. It's also improve their intellectual and then also make them a better chef. And then the other one is grading, understanding that these tomatoes was not fresh when they supplied it and this was not pressed. This supplier is not as good as enough. Do grade 1 to 10 and then you can sort them. For example, in my kitchen, I have grades for my chefs and the team, the entire team, even to the cleaner. The last month is the cleaner that won the something that I embrace. The other month, the time, and what not to apply at the time. This will help your kitchen to grow a little better. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I want to just summarize some of the key points that we've just shared. We've spoken about sorting and grading, the use of a refractometer. That's the first time I'm hearing that word. Thank you so much. temperature control, harvest timelines, the last mile shipping, which I think for food producers is very hectic, dealing with dispatch riders and all the rest, inventory management, processing, and as Mrs. Ozzy said, necessity is the mother of invention. As chefs, do we see leftovers, do we see waste as problems or as opportunities? You know, are you thinking about what else you can do with these things, or are you just thinking, let me just get rid of it? And Mrs. Ozzy, you've launched us into our next topic, which is promoting Nigerian cuisine, promoting our traditional ingredients, diets across the value chain. And so the next question is, what are the opportunities for using social media to promote it? And how do we balance tradition with innovation when it comes to promoting our local ingredients, our local recipes, our tradition, our culture? You know, how have all of you, through your experience, been able to do that? I think we can all talk about that. Is that fine?
Of course. Well, you can't want to tell people that have started using local ingredients in Nigeria to transform into goods, food, chefs. So back last 20 years, I've been using local ingredients to make dishes, though it's not more like you are shouting it, because we know time will come when people will come to meet it. And then now you guys are there. That's a little bit of a kinime. So the idea is, the goal from our own school is that the local chefs should be global champions. You cannot be a Michelin star chef if you are not a local chef. Listen. Only win Michelin star chef if you are not a local chef. Because the Michelin star chef people, what they do is to do analysis of your use of local ingredients to transform into global, appealing, attractive, tasty dish. So if you have to win that, you must be able to use more 99% of what you grow in your country. And that's what makes you a star. So then we have been able to do that, and we teach that every day in transforming these local ingredients into a finished product that is attractive.
All right, thank you. Tradition is about efficiency. Tradition is about your culture. Now, one of the reasons why today our farm has been able to grow globally is because our food has grown globally. Ozzy was speaking about moving produce. Today we are able to send produce in containers to the US, to the UK, to Qatar. I think I was discussing with Chef. Now, no, guy, he's on the, you know the first.
Don't worry.
Now, let's go back to 20 years ago as Nigerians. How often did you eat rice? Sundays, Abi? Christmas Day, events, Abi? Now, how often did we eat cassava or yam products, either as gari or fufu? Every day. I'm going somewhere. Remember that gari, yam, this is our own product. Rice is something we imported. Rice is not traditional to us. But somehow, somebody somewhere has so shown us the importance of rice that rice has now taken over our traditional food to the extent that we are even fighting over jollof title for a food that is not ours. So now, if we are going to create wealth locally and extend that wealth internationally, we need to be able to promote our local food. But our food needs to be packaged beyond the normal form, meaning yam needs to go beyond pounding, frying, and boiling. We need to start thinking of new soup. Our biggest importers of ewedu is China. That we export ewedu to. And at some point, I was worried. Because, I mean, as a farmer, when people are buying your products too much, you start thinking like, you know, when my chef said, have a small farm. Before I am helping you set up your farm. And I realized there is a hormone that they extract from ewedu. Hence, they are buying it in bulk. Now, what am I trying to say? In China, there is a company called Yam Yam. Big importers of yam from Nigeria and other African countries. They make alcohol out of the yam. Like wine, alcohol, and a whole lot. The same company... Now, if you Google the same company, they also make pasta out of yam. But we have yam, we have cassava, we are not doing a lot with it. See, I understand the honest reality, which is, if you create something, are we going to improve ours? One of the biggest products we have in Nigeria is locust bean. Iru. If I had known, I would have brought some processed Iru for us. Iru in its honest, like, take it from the farm, we put it in the dehydrator and turn it to powder, tastes better than any MSG that you use. Taste better. I mean, don't add anything at all yet. It tastes better. Why are we not pushing that on shelves? It can get to that level. Get to that level. No, it's because I know God Chef Gibbs. He's my person. Chef Gibbs. He's my person. I don't know if I'm making any sense. Beyond that, I don't know how many of us have heard of this technology called a freeze-drying machine. You've heard of freeze-drying machine. It means your food can go out of the country. With a freeze-drying machine, you can cook a pot of soup, freeze-dry it, it doesn't need fridge. It can last for 25 years. We can go to a supermarket and say, oh, I want this chef soup, I want this chef this, I want this chef this. What I'm saying is, there will be a need for innovation. Innovation is expensive. Innovation means trying something new. Not every new thing we will accept. But
what business do you have to do with cooking and all? But I mean, one of the things you need to understand, which Farmer Samson have said, is that technology, and I would say, doesn't erase culture. It actually amplifies it, right? And anybody who controls the narrative controls the flavor. And using the example he gave, was it yam, right? Or rice, rather. How many of us, like going back 20 years ago, we were familiar with pasta, spaghetti and the likes? Where did it come from? Exactly. Someone just came with the narrative and told us that, you know, pasta is a great meal, you know, and currently, as it stands right now, you know how expensive when you buy a spag and a lap of chicken. So anyway, like he said, Nigeria is so much, see, we are among the most talented human beings here on earth. And then if you go cut across, you know, global space, you would see most of our artwork being trending. So how do you, as a chef, right, turn your story into a narrative that you amplify the cultural norm of where you're coming from, and everybody understands that this is who you are and this is where you're representing? So think about it. When we're doing just to add, we built a platform called Borderless for vendors. That platform, the focus of that platform is that vendors should easily, you know, transfer or ship food. That's everyone telling you that there's actually a market. The question you need to tell yourself is, where is technology playing the role in your business at the moment? Most of the times when we come out as chef and say we want to start a business, we are focused on, the norm. I want to cook spaghetti, I want to cook egusi, and there's no innovation. So it's just about filling the stomach and that's all. And if you continue in that route, you will never stand out. And if you want to stand out of the crowd, you have to define your own path and define where exactly you want to be in the picture of Africa and representing Nigeria in the global space. And the only way you can do that is using technology. One of the things we are doing currently in Metro Africa, and we have been doing a lot of research, and then we are reworking on our application, is to make sure that for every chef who decides to build a global brand, it is easier going to the market to buy anything you want to buy. It's more like a plug and play. If you're going to, using Chef Amaka as an example, if she wants to move to, Kenya or Senegal tomorrow to start up something, or UK, how is it easy for her to just do a plug and play model that she runs here in Nigeria and implement that in UK, and boom, she has a business globally running, and she's representing Africa, representing Nigeria, and making sure that her footprint is actually there. And digitally, you can actually trace your footprint. And it would last based on the story you're telling and the brand you're building. Do not just go into the space that you're building a business because you just want to cook. Yeah, we know. Everybody knows how to cook to an extent. But the question is, what story and what brand are you building? And if you're, for the chefs, please, I said this, cook, run food businesses, right? Because for myself, I ran a food business in 2015, and I knew what it was like. If you want to build a brand, a lasting brand that can represent your culture, represent where you're coming from, and represent Africa, we would have conversations. But if you just want to cook and then cook like everyone to make money, no, we are not willing to have that conversations. And just to cap it, there is someone, a good friend of mine, I won't mention her brand because she won't allow me to. She has refused, running a lot of ads. She's a chef. She started preparing her meals. I don't know if I had told you the story before. She went into the food space 2023. Her revenue at 2024 was 40 million. From the comfort of her home, right? And one of the issues she had, which when we sat down and reviewing her business, was cost of operation. And we decided to see how we put a model to make sure that she tracks everything, like I said, right from the farm, direct to the chef, how to make sure that you have a digital library that tracks everything, and her responsibility is just to prepare the meal, and the technology does the conversation of linking all the loopholes that she will normally do by herself. So technology will help you amplify things, right? The question is where you want to represent yourself, where you see yourself using that technology to grow your business or grow your brand.
They have finished everything. I don't know what to say again. Okay, but I have something to say. So beyond technology, beyond promoting our cultural heritage, I think partnerships is something that we're also overlooking. We can't possibly do it alone. We need to collaborate. We need to learn to collaborate. And even if we're in the same space, you have to find something that you both agree on, you and another person. who can move forward. Because when there's this adage that says, I mean, if you want to run fast, if you want to run fast, run alone. If you want to run far, run together. And this is just basically for me what it is. And that is why in this room I have so many people that I have partnered with, collaborated with, and I will still do great things with. Now, we can't take away technology because, hey, we are here. Me and my children were having a conversation and they said, oh, AI is not a good thing. I'm like, hey, you are Gen Alpha. Are you not supposed to be the ones promoting AI? They said, no, it brings up this one, brings bad stuff. Like, okay, no, see, we can actually use it in a good way. Just like fire, it can burn, but it can also cook food. So how do we use it? And I agree. So I like your tech and we're building something. So after 7 years, we found that it was very important for us to leverage on technology to scale. So we're building a product called Freshbox by Eden. And I've been modeling apps like HelloFresh and some others that inspire me. And what he's just said is part of what we're doing, connecting our farmers directly to market and connecting urban consumers and hospitality businesses to the farmers growing their food so that there's food traceability, there's accessibility, and then there's affordability. There's a lot more integrate AI and it can do this. And it started opening other opportunities for us. How do we even work with data to help farmers get access to funding? How do we do wallets for the customers buying? It helps with our liquidity, but it also helps them track their own food expense and even create recipes. These are things that it's a tool that we all need to leverage on to scale in the best way possible. It is really time consuming, even myself struggle, but I carry all my team members around, and in a saturated, like in a very crowded place, you want to stand out. And if you want to stand out, then you have to be yourself. And that is very key, because if you're staying true to yourself, people who you're looking for will find you. They will come to you somehow. It may not happen immediately or overnight, but just keep at it. So consistency is also, I'm advising myself, consistency is key, right? But then being true to yourself is more important. And social media will take you into rooms that you didn't even know existed. And that digital footprint is what talking about. It's been my reality. And I think for a couple of us in this room, it will take you to places that you will have to enter plane, buy ticket and get to. But then they will reach out to you and say, oh, can you do this? Can you work with me on this? And that's amazing, because it helps you build your own history and your own everything that is just working. That being said, I talked about social media, right, and technology. I've talked about partnerships. So there's this thing about our food narrative, and this is what we're trying to address. So I have two companies, Eden Whole Foods and Eden Farm. At Eden Whole Foods, we're promoting our rich food heritage. My vision is that our ingredients are celebrated in kitchens across the world, and that's why within my own capacity, I do a lot of R&D. And I'm not a chemist like Chef of our Samson. But yes, so local knowledge, local intelligence, talking to the old folks, and just bringing that back to life. Some 5 years ago is not what it is now. We've grown, and we're taking even bigger risks and trying to showcase our capacity and our capability. And just like Farmer Samson said, I mean, it takes also a lot of funding to innovate. And I have my friends Al Dente do stuff with our local ingredients. We used to grow their spinach and turmeric, and they would do funny and plantain pasta. And it was amazing, still amazing. So they've had to remodel, shut down, do so many things because they need heavy capital to scale. They'll have so much order, but then it's a lot of process. So we need that support. Maybe the government people are not here now, but we need that support from the government. We need to have waste. This is what we need. Even if we do not want to fund an individual, fund the center. And that is what advanced societies do. There's a center for chefs. I mean, I watch Atere, foodie, some Nigeria foodie. She's in Canada now, and she launched her brand, like a sauce brand or something. And she didn't have to buy all of those equipment, but she has to take her ingredients there, and then she can do everything. Approvals will come out faster. You get, I mean, just focus on paying labor, and you can rent the space at a fraction of what the real cost would be if you had to set up from the beginning. Gourmet Twist, when she went to it means that you can now focus on innovation. As entrepreneurs in Nigeria, it's a tough terrain, and I mean, in many rooms, I see young people really dreaming big. Dreaming really big, but then we need support, and I feel that's where partnerships and collaborations should happen. And for so many chefs in this room, you create amazing things. Please find people that can market for you. It's beyond you. I'm dragging some people in the room and they know themselves. I'm like, you do this amazing stuff, and I've reached out to them. See, let's do Superfoods by Eden. I mean, it's a one-stop center where you can get our heritage food. Because, the last story I wanted to say is, you have to groom the next generation to appreciate our food. It's very important.
People I meet outside, we need to be able to trace your product to a farm. We need to know the batch number. These are things we are not doing. Then there is sustainability. Then, I'm trying to rush now. There is SDG goals. Every business must, now, when we say tied to a goal, don't just say zero hunger. No. Zero hunger has different things inside. What are you tied to? Now, the cash cow right now is your business employs females or your business employs persons living with disabilities. There is a big organization, one of the big restaurants, I don't want to call their name, but that they set up a place and everybody working there are all disabled. I know for a fact they were giving $2 million for that. I know. Just because they set that up. And they are telling them the more that you can set up, the more money you can unlock. Now, disability does not mean the person has to be crippled. Disability means there is a barrier that stops the person from acting like others. E.g., as a farmer that grows tomatoes, if you are short, it is not easy for you to trellis. In our book, we count it as disability. We provide ladders. Foreign organizations come and pay us and give us money to buy ladders. And you are able to get more money to do whatever it is. I'm almost done. I promise. Next, you need to ensure that your business is profitable, not just cash flow. Because nobody will invest in what we fail that is working now. So it needs to be profitable. Then, finally, because I notice I can actually advertise what we do a bit. If you need to create your own spices, in Ogun State, we have a processing facility of 23,000 metric ton. HACCP, ISO 22,000, halal, all certified. Now, this is the trick to it. When you produce your spice in our facility, it will be written in tiny letter, manufactured at. It is your name that will be big. That is the system. It's not illegal. Now to my one-liner. Food production should not be seasonal.
I will try it. So Farmer Samson is someone that I've been following for a while, and he's a great guy, and I love what he's doing, right? I mean, you get clap again for most of those information. If you want to run a brand, it's really important. So I'm going to tie my one-liner to for those who want to build a business, and I'm saying that for a fact. And just like he said, systems are what actually run businesses. And without a system, you don't have a successful business. I know most of the chefs like the fact that they run the, if you ask about, let's say 75% of those that own a business right now, if you ask them, it's a one-man business. And over time, you realize that it's not going to be sustainable. But one of the things technology has done is that you could replicate most of those skills you want to hire and make those skills work for using AI agents. And most of the things we are doing in our organizations, which we're actually adding more to, is to make sure that when you use our platform, things where you need to hire people, guys have a system that we can track and see what they've done over time. So one of the things we are leaving here too is that we're going to pick 200 people, right, who are willing to run a sustainable business. And the plan for that sustainable business is that we want to grow with you from your footprint from here to Nigeria. And if you have intention of expanding to Kenya, Ghana, UK, US, we want to also run a footprint there. Part of our goal for next year is that we'll be creating cloud kitchens cut across different countries where you can do a plug and play. You want to expand, you just go to a cloud kitchen, just like she said, you operate your business from there. All the expenses you would have actually incurred, including even getting food and all that, we handle that. So my one-liner, is going to be that cooking is not just it's not just making meals anymore. It's about the experience you serve. And I want a situation where each and every one of you will give out an experience that speaks for your brand and leave a lasting, memory and a digital story that every generation can go back and say, yes, this is where she started from.
On the e-commerce section, actually he's a professional in e-commerce sector across both food industries and non-food industries, and it's a privilege for me to have Mr. Lionel Egebo, who is also known as Sweet Sensation. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Happy International Chef's Day. Are you guys happy to be here? Please don't mind me. Sometimes I sound like a pastor. So our journey today will feel a bit charismatic. Anyways, I'm just joking. My name is Lionel. I have been in the e-commerce space for almost a decade now, both food and non-food. How many of you remember how you tried to order food on Jumia Food before COVID? Do you guys order food from Jumia Food before COVID? I ordered food from Jumia Food before COVID. Hello? Nobody ordered food from Jumia through Jumia Food before COVID. Now that goes to show that. But is anybody ordering food now? So, hello? I want decorum, please, so that everybody can listen to what I'm about to say. It goes to show that the food space has started growing from time. 2019, ordering food and somebody with a bicycle come to deliver it, and that happened when I was in Dubai. Hello? So it was shocking to me that somebody could actually ride a bike and come deliver food to me. I just ordered food, and the food came. I was thinking to see, before I went on that vacation, normally I'm used to Nigeria. You see a dispatcher that they call you, come to the very huge bike, big helmet, but somebody came with just a bicycle and said, "This is your food." And I said, "Thank you, yalla." And when I came back to Nigeria, it's good to have money. Hello. And it's good to be connected. If I had the connection I have now, and the knowledge I have now, if I had had it in 2019, I think I would have had the biggest e-commerce space in Nigeria. Because it was that late 2020, and that was what drove him to what? Create Chowdeck. Hello? We had the same experience 1 year apart. I'm a broke-ass nigga, some rich-ass guy used the same experience and created Chowdeck. Now, I'm not going to speak much on that, but why did I make it a very important note for me to be here? It's because, what's his name? Okpeme Farmer King will say, I am Africa's #1 food critic. And I remember in 2020, I told myself, I want to be the biggest name when it comes to e-commerce in Nigeria. So I am here because, allegedly, I am Nigeria's #1 e-commerce professional. And this experience cuts across. I actually started my profession with non-food. I worked with DHL, I worked with UPS. That was when I knew the importance of e-commerce and logistics. You could actually buy stuffs online, and it's all sorted out, and it's delivered to you. Then in 2019, I moved into food, and that was when I was managing the back end of the report. So that was where the idea about food delivery came into space. Now, why am I here? There are some of you here. The culinary space to me has two versions. And this was mentioned earlier today. Some people want to remain professional chef for the rest of their lives. You call me, I make your food, you pay me, I go. But some people want to have business. They want to have food, actual food business. Like my beloved sister here, she has a business. She's not just a chef, she also has a business. Now, Nigeria is growing extremely fast when it comes to the e-commerce food business. And that is why in 2022, Glovo came to Nigeria from Spain. Kate, Glovo, and Chowdek. Glovo and Chowdek is mortal, right? But that woman has done 2.5 billion on Chowdek. Hello? It shock you people, Abi. King Glab, that is only selling spaghetti. Korede Spaghetti has also done above 1 billion on Chowdek. So it's not a matter of I heard. Their stores are close to my house, and I know, and I interact with their CEOs. So what am I saying? Because of my experience and my interaction with this, negotiate is your commission. It's unfortunate I cannot project. There's a little store close to my house. Trust me, most of you here cannot go there and eat because of how the store looks like. It is very, very rickety. But this store does not care about their working customers because they sell online. Do that. Hello? Is anybody here trying to scale their business on e-commerce platforms? So when they tell you, let's scale, when they're telling you, let's scale, this is one opportunity for you to scale. The e-commerce is like you being on Instagram and Facebook. You are exposed to millions of people that your physical business cannot be exposed to. Let me tell you the truth. Wherever your business is located, your customers are within your 5-kilometer radius max. But online, you can reach a whole bunch of people. The governor can just be on social media one day and sees your post and desires to buy your food. Now, a shocking news I would like to tell you guys. I don't know if many of you heard. As of July this year, one of your biggest aggregator platform got a funding of over $9 million. So an investor gave them $9 million. And the reason why they gave this e-commerce company $9 million, they said they want to use it to grow dark stores or cloud stores in Nigeria. So this is an opportunity. If you have a cloud store, if you have a dark store that you don't need, e-commerce platforms also invest in stores. So if you have a good business plan, this is what I do, I'm a chef in my area, where's your store? They check it out and everything. They are ready to invest in your business, and you pay over a period of time. The secret is this. Most of the dark stores you are seeing today in Nigeria that are small and they are churning big numbers. Hello? If I'm not telling you this, I don't think most of you know. You'd see a store churning out numbers, you see a store churning out volumes. It's because they've had investment from somebody. And another thing I would like to tell you guys, and this is the mistake most Nigerians make, please, have a long-term plan. Do not try and make your profit overnight. focus on volume. Volume and quality. If I and make 100 naira, for you to run at a loss. But do your mathematics very well. Look at the situation of the economy. Look at the situation of your environment. Look at what pays. Have your little profit, but focus mainly on volume. And trust me, the sky is your beginning. Hello? Hello? So I'll be wrapping up quickly because of we have consumed so much knowledge today, so that I don't bore you guys too much. So I'm just going to quickly say one or two things. Lastly, in as much as we want to scale, in as much as e-commerce is important, there are also some pitfalls that we need to avoid. There are some mistakes that brands make that we need to avoid. First, some brands try and be consistent with your quality. Let me tell you why. If I come into your store, what's her name? Chef Queen. Queen Stars. If I come into your physical store and you give me your jollof rice and it doesn't really taste so good, it's easy for you to apologize. Oh, we're sorry, this, blah, blah, blah. We can even give you complimentary this. That will cool my mind. If I go online and I order your food and it doesn't taste good, I will never order again. I am the silent customer. I will not banter you. I will not drag you. You will not just see me again. So as e-commerce platform, it's easy to fail because thing you need to have, one of the pitfalls you need to avoid, chase volume over profitability. Hello? I said it earlier. Do not try to make your profit overnight. Build legacy. Build volume. That is why you have some brands in Nigeria, they did not survive 5 years. You have some brands in Nigeria, they've done 30 years. UAC is from 1897, I guess. They have built legacy over time. And that is why they are still standing today. You cannot talk about the FMCG industry and don't talk about UAC. So as a brand, as a person, try as much as possible. Two things you must put behind your mind: quality and legacy. Thank you very much. Hello, guys. I just want to give a last remark. I'm giving my commitment to this platform, to Capa. Wherever I am in the world, whether in Nigeria or out, when there's a Capa week, call me. I'll always be available. Thank you.
That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. A round of applause, please. Guys, it's the culinary banter by Chef Adenike and Chef Shaitan Aruna. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome the wonderful, the beautiful, the majestic. Chef. DJ. So, she's gonna be.
Hi everyone, good evening. My name is Chef Shaitan and I will be hosting the culinary banter session alongside Chef Adenike Adefila. She's coming up live. But I'm just going to say, if you as a young chef who say joined the culinary industry almost clueless, there are times where, you seem lost, you seem like you don't know where you're really headed. And I think it's very important to have a community. And by community, I don't mean have everybody in the culinary industry around you, but have the right people around you, right? There are certain times where you need advice, there's certain times where you're burnt out, and this is what it's about. This is what this conversation is about. It's about, you know, living outside the kitchen and not entirely in the kitchen. Before we go up, before Chef Denike comes up, I'm going to give the mic to two people that I know in the industry. I want them to just tell us about themselves and tell us about their journey. So, I'd like you to just tell us what you do, because then again, you know, not everybody can be a chef in the kitchen. Not everybody can be tied to one organization. There are times where you see yourself, today you wake up and you're like, maybe I just want to sell jollof rice in bowls. And then there are times where you wake up and you're like, oh, everybody is doing food setup. Can I really do this thing? Well, there's sometimes you just be like, you text one chef and you're like, can I come work with you? You know, there's so many things that as chefs we try to do, but we don't really find our bearing. And one reason why I called Chef Opem is because he's one person that initially, I'm not, and because this is a banter session, I'm going to be very honest. I'm not one that has so many friends, and I'm not one that talks to so many people, but I'm going to say this. When Opem started, okay, because I went to Reddish Chronicles, and he had worked with some chefs in Reddish. Then all of a sudden, I see him in Burgundy, and then all of a sudden, I see him back in Lagos working with different chefs. I'm like, what is this guy really? Like, there was a particular day I was having a conversation with another chef, and I'm telling this to you in your presence so that you know that this session is supposed to be a blunt session, and we're going to let everybody talk. And I'm like, what's in this Opeyemi guy they really do? Because today he did this place, tomorrow he did this place. What did they do? Do you get? And then approval from so many people, right? Just do you. So Opeyemi is going to tell us briefly about himself and what he has done in the industry, why you find fulfillment on what you're currently doing, and how that is like for you. 5 minutes. It's not working. Media, please. Okay, this. Hello? Check mic. Just use mic.
Hello. So, okay. Good evening, everyone. I am Opeyemi. So, for everybody who knows me and know me well, you only call me chef when I'm in the kitchen. When I take off that jacket, Opeyemi is my name. So, as she said, so it will be 5 years in December that I started this journey. And let's just say I am lucky for the fact that from the moment that I got in to every ladder that I've crossed, it has been easy. Like, you know, like somebody is ranting and be like, Omo. So like, you know, I be like, see, so in our space, you learn with two things. Either time or money. That's the simplest thing. But now, time or money is best you learn with people that are good. When I say good, character-wise, and they know what they are doing. So, I spent 3 years interning under Chef Tucker. So, I interned 3 years. Intern called me sous chef. Then road does not lead to the market. So I go this place, I learn. Get here also, I learn. That's how I live my life. If I go and learn today from this person, and tomorrow I go somewhere else, even if two of you are fighting, it no concern me. I go just come. Learn, don't need.
Sorry. Thank you. So from his story, you can really hear that for him, he doesn't really, should I say, prioritize, oh, I need to be the one making the money. I need to be the one people are seeing. It's okay to be at the back end. Chef Denike is live. Media, please, can we add her so that we can start? I have a few questions, but before we talk about the questions, I'd like to hear from like 2-3 random people in the audience. Just tell us something that has been bothering you. Something that you feel there's a question that you have always wanted to ask, but there's been no platform to ask. So ask your question, and then we're going to address it when the session starts. We have our president raising her hand. I saw somebody raising their hand there as well. And okay, so the two people and our president. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Great question. The last question, somebody was raising their hand. Please come forward. Okay. I get what you mean, but sorry, I'm going to cut you short a bit. Since it's a banter, I'm going to ask you a question. To what end, cook and chef? Do you get my question? We all cook, right? I know that there's a difference between a chef and a cook in the real sense of things, right? But then, when you look at it from a more holistic approach, what end as to call you a chef and what end as to call him a cook? Do you get what I mean? Because you came asking a controversial question, so Sorry, I'm going to cut you short. I was waiting for you to land, but let me say something. Chef Tolu, let me say something. Chef Gibbs, with all due respect, hold on. Chef Tolu, please hold on. You know that I'm the one that called you, so just relax. Let me tell you guys, right? On why I'm saying this and why I feel like you're extremely wrong, and sometimes men are the problem. So, when I finished culinary school, for some very funny reason, I got a mail from Capa, and it was like, oh, join a webinar, blah, blah, blah. And I've never told this to Chef Gibbs, but then I'll tell you that it was one webinar you did that made me meet Moyo into where I'm currently. Correct.
It's not compulsory. The moment you liberate yourself from the bondage of the title chef, you achieve purpose. That's where I'm going to start from. Because in this country, Nigeria, that's usually my biggest problem. Because some people have made it so trendy that you now think that that's what you want to be called. But when you look at the history of the word chef, you see that it's not even unique to the culinary industry. Right? The first time it was used in the railway station. It's not an attractive word, right? But for what Chef Lee was saying. Hi, Chef Denike.
She can't even hear us yet, so we're trying to join her.
That's what I would say, right? I've worked with some chefs, some female chefs, and there was a particular one. I don't know if she will see this. She sees this. I called her while she was working for me. I called her the gangster chef. Do you know why? Because no man has ever worked the way this woman has worked. In my experience, she shows up the right time, last to leave. There's nothing she cannot carry in the kitchen. And I said, you inspire me. She worked with me for I think it was about 3 years, and eventually she was I don't use the word coach, because coach sounds aggressive. She was handpicked by a foreign company. She works in America, in the UK. She wanted to bring her entire family, and that speaks to
that he can't hear.
that speaks to what you're saying as well. So I don't want us to things are changing. There are institutions now that will support your family as a woman. If that is what is important, don't request for special treatment. My own question is, let us lay it down, Chef Shaitan.
Okay.
Let's lay it down. What exactly are the peculiarities that women want to be identified by? And should it stand? That's a question I want to
Okay, got that.
Because you said something now. You talked about pregnancy. I think you talked about family, children. And
Yeah, Chef Ameka brought that up.
peculiarities. Like, can we agree as a room that should we accept it or not?
Okay, great. Chef Denike is live. Let's just hold up a bit. I've got you. I will definitely call you, but I'm not sure she can hear us via the screen. So I've connected to my phone, pending when we get the. All right, great. So we've been having a conversation. Chef, can you hear me? We've been having a conversation around different people's ideas, or should I say their concerns to the industry. But I had a few questions that I had taken down, and I want us to start with the session. Peter, how far? Concerns to the industry that I had taken down, and I want us to start with the session. Peter.
Sorry, everyone.
I think they are having technical issues. Yeah, probably she would send a request again. Okay.
Go ahead, go ahead. No, please. Hello. Let's let her ask her question. Wait. No, we will definitely address it. Hello, hello, please. We will definitely address it, but then let her speak, right? Hello, guys. Let her speak. If we're gonna be correcting any, if we're gonna be correcting her, let's correct her in love, please. So, I'm going to answer the second question. And I'm going to say that from a place, Chef Tolu, please 1 minute. I'm going to say that from a place of, you should know, should I say, what the government requires and what you as a person you require or your worth, right? I don't know what establishment is paying people 40, 50,000. Even the government is not, it does not say that the minimum wage should be that amount, right? But then again, it's also a thing of, if it doesn't work for you, why are you taking the job? And I understand that we're all looking for means to earn money, but then if the government has said the minimum wage is 70,000 and you're seeing a job for 50,000, why the hell are you there? Do you understand? And I get that, oh, you might say, oh, you need money, you need this, you need that. If you are the one that have decided to compromise to what the basic salary is, you shouldn't complain. When you say, does Capa have a, what do you call it, a regulation or a regulatory body to control salaries, I feel like that is not entirely something that Capa can do, because it is one thing for the government to say and it's another thing for a body that is representing a few people to say. Do you get what I mean? But then we'll also have people say certain things. Chef T wants to say something. Chef Tolu wants to say something. There was somebody there that wanted to say something. Is it regarding this question? Okay, so we're going to let Chef T speak. After Chef T, we're going to let Chef Tolu speak. Then you would say something, you would say something, and then Chef Opeyemi would say something. Relax. right. Um, thank you. Thank you. Um, sorry, we're trying to add Chef Denike, and that mic needs to be off, so just give us a few minutes. One thing I would say is another thing that I feel is an issue for a lot of young chefs or chefs that are not necessarily young, but then they are young in the industry, is that when you join, I think you should tell yourself the truth. And that truth is this: you can't come out of culinary school and just because you know how to put into consideration when you go in a journey as a young chef. I started selling food at, I can't remember. The first time I went to Red Dish, it was like 19 or 18. And then when I finished, I was like, yes, so Chef Cupid has taught me I'm going to start my cake business. And then I did branding, did everything, and then I went to go and sell cake for one of my senior pastors. And this guy bashed this cake and all of that. He didn't tell me, but then one of my elder brothers heard and then sat me down one day and said, this thing that you gave this man, did you taste it? I didn't even taste the cake that I gave him. I just baked the cake because I felt like, oh, this recipe.
So the thing is that if you're in the kitchen and your hardest problem is someone telling you to wash plates, you're in trouble. Because do you know what dishwashing does to your legs? It trains it. Have you ever seen your dishwasher work? The zinc is a station. If it resumes there, it doesn't live there. Like, and things that being a dishwasher, you learn a lot because plates of different food will pass you by. You will see different things day after day, day after day. See, if you're entering this space, the first thing you have to do well is clean. Wash plates, clean the floor, make sure that everywhere is sparkling. So you
going to discuss, but then due to the limitation of time, myself and Chef Denike, alongside Capa, we've decided that we're going to have a session, a fully virtual session. When you're not cooking, what are you thinking of? Are you thinking of how to better become a giant in the culinary industry that doesn't necessarily have to do with cooking? There are so many, and one of the reasons why I say this is because the gaps that are yet to be filled in the culinary industry is because we are jumping and passing. Everybody feels like, oh, I want to cook, I want to cook, I want to cook. What happens to, I want to teach? What happens to, I want to tell people why we're doing these things? What happens to, oh, these are the reasons why we're doing this and this. This is why when you get to this place, you do this and this and this. Like, you need to actually open your eyes to see beyond, I can make the best steak. Do you talk about the people at your workplace, or are you thinking about how to better your business, right? So it's just a take home for everybody in this room. Do not just think about, oh, I'm a chef, I'm here to cook. Think beyond that. Think about the problems you can solve. Think about the things that you need to do to become a better person, not just for your kitchen, not just for your